Story 1. My wife suggested a couple swap with her best friend and her husband. I thought I was getting a good deal and agreed. That was my biggest mistake. Before continuing the story, let us know in the comments which city you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you won't miss more stories, and leave your like on the video. My name is Derek, and I'm about to tell you the story of how one dinner conversation destroyed my marriage and nearly destroyed me. But it also taught me who I really was underneath years of manipulation. It was a Thursday evening in October. Nothing special about it. My wife, Sarah, and I were having dinner at our best friend's house, something we did monthly. The dining room was warm, filled with the smell of roast chicken and the sound of comfortable conversation between people who'd known each other for years. Sarah sat across from me, picking at her salad while Mark talked about his promotion at work. His wife, Lisa, was refilling wine glasses when Sarah suddenly put down her fork and cleared her throat. "I have an idea," she announced, her voice carrying that tone she used when she'd already made up her mind about something. "What if we tried something different? Like a couple swap on Thursday nights?" The words hung in the air like smoke. I thought she was joking, maybe the wine talking, until I saw her reach across the table and place her hand on Mark's arm. Not a casual touch, but something deliberate, intimate. "I'm serious," she continued, her fingers still resting on his forearm. "We're all adults. We trust each other. Could be fun." Lisa dropped her wine glass. It didn't shatter, just rolled across the hardwood floor, leaving a trail of red wine like blood. She started crying immediately, but then something strange happened. She stopped just like that, mid-sob. She wiped her eyes and looked at Sarah with an expression I couldn't quite read. I sat there feeling like I'd been punched in the stomach. This was my wife of 6 years, the woman who complained when I left dishes in the sink, casually suggesting we swap spouses like we were trading baseball cards. "Derek," Sarah's voice snapped me back to reality. "What do you think?" I looked around the table. Mark was staring at his plate, his face flushed. Lisa had composed herself completely, which seemed almost more unsettling than her initial tears. I started, then stopped. The room felt smaller suddenly, like the walls were closing in. "Are you serious right now?" Sarah leaned closer, lowering her voice to a whisper only I could hear. "You've been so distant lately. I thought this might help bring some excitement back." The way she said it made me feel guilty, like our marriage problems were somehow my fault, like I wasn't doing enough to keep her interested. "So, we're doing this?" I heard myself ask, though it felt like someone else was speaking. "Unless you have a problem with it," she replied, her tone carrying a subtle challenge. I looked at our friends again. Lisa nodded slowly, like she was agreeing to something she'd rather avoid, but felt she had no choice about. Mark finally looked up from his plate and shrugged. "Sure," he said. "Why not?" The rest of dinner passed in a blur of forced conversation and clinking silverware. We made arrangements. Our first swap would be next Thursday. I would take Lisa to dinner and Sarah would go out with Mark. When we left their house, Sarah was practically glowing. She hummed in the car, something she only did when she was particularly pleased with herself. "That went well," she said as we pulled into our driveway. I turned off the engine and sat in the darkness, trying to process what had just happened. "Did it?" "Of course it did. You saw how they reacted. They're excited about it, too." I wanted to point out that Lisa had seemed more resigned than excited and Mark had looked uncomfortable throughout the entire conversation. But something in Sarah's satisfied smile told me she wouldn't want to hear my concerns. Instead, I followed her into our house where she immediately went to take a shower, still humming that same tune. The week that followed felt like living with a stranger wearing my wife's face. It started with small things. On Friday morning, I found shopping bags in her car. New clothes from expensive stores that she'd never shopped at before. When I asked about them, she just shrugged and said she felt like treating herself. "For the swap?" I asked, trying to keep my voice neutral. "Maybe," she replied, not looking up from her coffee. "I want to look nice." She spent more time on her phone than usual, always angling the screen away from me. The device seemed permanently attached to her hand, buzzing with notifications that made her smile in a way she hadn't smiled at me in months. Tuesday evening, I tried to bring up what had happened at dinner. We were watching television, some crime drama she usually criticized, but she was absorbed in it like it was the most fascinating thing she'd ever seen. About Thursday, I started. "What about it?" she asked, still not looking away from the screen. "Are we really doing this? Because if you're having second thoughts, I'm not." Her response was immediate, final. "Are you?" The way she asked it felt like a test, like there was only one acceptable answer. I thought about how she'd been pulling away from me over the past few months, how our conversations had become superficial, how she'd been working late more often. "No," I lied. "Just wanted to make sure we were on the same page." She finally looked at me then, and for just a moment I saw something in her eyes that looked almost like pity. "Good," she said. "I think this will be exactly what we need." Wednesday brought more strangeness. Mark called while we were having breakfast. Sarah answered on the second ring, something she never did with calls during our morning routine. "Hi," she said, her voice dropping to that soft, intimate tone she used to use with me during our first year of marriage. She walked into the kitchen while talking and I could hear her voice but not the words. The conversation lasted 10 minutes. When she came back, her cheeks were flushed. "Just confirming tomorrow," she said, sitting back down at the table. "What did you two talk about for 10 minutes? Details, where we're going, what time, that sort of thing." But something in her expression told me it was more than that. There was an excitement there, an anticipation that made my stomach turn. That evening, Lisa called our landline. Sarah was in the shower, so I answered. "Oh, hi Derek," she said, her voice sounding strained. "I was calling to confirm tomorrow night." "Right, the swap." The word still felt foreign in my mouth. "Yes, that." There was a long pause. "Look, I wanted to ask, are you sure about this? I mean, really sure?" Her question caught me off guard. "Are you having second thoughts?" "No, it's not that. It's just." Another pause, longer this time. "This feels bigger than just dinner, you know? Like once we cross this line, things won't be the same." "Maybe that's not necessarily a bad thing," I said, though I wasn't convinced. She was quiet for so long, I thought she'd hung up. "Maybe you're right. I'll see you tomorrow at 7 o'clock. The call ended, leaving me holding the phone and wondering what she'd really wanted to say. Sarah emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her hair dripping wet. "Who was that?" she asked. "Lisa. Confirming tomorrow." Something flickered across her face. Annoyance, maybe, or concern. "What did she say exactly?" "Just confirming the time." She seemed nervous. Sarah nodded, but I could see her processing this information. She went to bed early that night, claiming she was tired, but I could hear her whispering into her phone until well after midnight. I lay awake staring at the ceiling, wondering how my marriage had become something I no longer recognized, and why I felt like I was walking into a trap of my own making. Thursday arrived like a storm cloud I'd been watching approach all week. Sarah spent 2 hours getting ready, which was unusual. She typically needed 20 minutes for her daily routine, but that evening, she treated it like preparation for a red carpet event. When she finally emerged from our bedroom, I barely recognized her. The dress was black, form-fitting, with a neckline that would have made me jealous if another man saw her wearing it, which I realized with a sick feeling was exactly the point. "New dress?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "I've had it for a while," she said, adjusting her earrings in the hallway mirror. I'd never seen those earrings either, but I didn't push it. Her makeup was different, too. More dramatic, like she was trying to become someone else entirely. The transformation was so complete that when she kissed my cheek goodbye, even her perfume smelled unfamiliar. "Have fun," she said, her eyes bright with anticipation that felt wrong somehow. I stopped at a flower shop on the way to pick up Lisa. It seemed like the right thing to do, even though nothing about this situation felt right. I chose a simple bouquet of sunflowers, cheerful, non-romantic, safe. When she answered the door, she looked surprised to see the flowers, then touched in a way that made me wonder when someone had last brought her flowers. "You didn't have to do this," she said, but she was smiling for the first time since that dinner conversation. My mother raised me to never show up empty-handed, I replied. She was dressed nicely, but conservatively. A navy blue dress that looked like something she'd wear to work, not a date. Her makeup was minimal. Her hair pulled back in the same style she'd worn for years. She looked like herself, which made me realize how much Sarah had not. We went to an Italian restaurant downtown. Nothing fancy, just a place with good food and quiet booths. She ordered wine immediately, a full glass, which she finished before our appetizers arrived. Sorry, she said, noticing my expression. I'm more nervous than I thought I'd be. We don't have to do this, you know. We could just have dinner as friends and call it a night. She looked at me with something like gratitude, then ordered another glass of wine. As the evening progressed, she became more talkative, but her conversation kept circling back to Mark. He's been different lately, she said, twirling pasta around her fork. More, I don't know, secretive. He used to tell me everything about his day, but now he comes home and goes straight to his office. Different, how? Working late more often, and he's been going to the gym. She laughed, but it sounded hollow. He hasn't been to a gym in 10 years, and suddenly he's there 3 times a week. Maybe he's just trying to get in shape. Maybe. She finished her second glass of wine. But when I asked if I could join him, he said it was his me time. Never used to need me time before. The conversation felt loaded, like she was trying to tell me something without actually saying it. When I tried to probe deeper, she'd change the subject or order another drink. Your wife, she said suddenly, looking up from her third glass. Has she been acting different too? The question caught me off guard. What do you mean? Just, this whole idea came out of nowhere, didn't it? The swapping thing. Had you two ever talked about anything like that before? I thought about it. No, never. She said she wanted to bring some excitement back to our marriage. And you believed that? Why wouldn't I? Lisa looked at me for a long moment, like she was deciding whether to say something important. Derek, can I ask you something? When was the last time Sarah seemed genuinely excited to spend time with just you? The question hit me harder than I expected. I tried to think of recent examples. A romantic dinner, a weekend trip, even just a movie night where she seemed present and engaged, but I couldn't come up with anything recent. We've been married 6 years. The honeymoon phase doesn't last forever. No, but affection should. Respect should. Basic interest in your partner's life should. By the time we left the restaurant, she was unsteady on her feet. I helped her to my car and she leaned against me longer than necessary. Thank you, she said as I drove her home. For dinner, for the flowers, for just being decent about all this. What do you mean? Nothing. Forget I said anything. When we reached her house, she hesitated with her hand on the door handle. Derek, be careful. Okay. I can't explain why, but just be careful. Before I could ask what she meant, she got out of the car and hurried to her front door. I drove home slowly, dreading what I might find there. Sarah was already back, sitting on our couch in a silk robe I'd never seen before. Her hair was mussed, her lipstick gone. She looked like someone who'd had a very good evening. How was your date? She asked, but her tone suggested she didn't really care about my answer. Fine, yours. Wonderful. She moved closer to me on the couch, her eyes bright with an energy that made me uncomfortable. Tell me everything. What did you two talk about? Did she mention Mark? Did she seem to be enjoying herself? The questions came rapidly, like she was conducting an interview disguised as curiosity. When I gave vague answers, she pressed for details. What restaurant, what we ate, how many drinks Lisa had, whether she seemed nervous. She was asking about you too, I said, watching Sarah's reaction carefully. Oh, what kind of questions? About whether you'd been acting differently lately, about whether we'd ever discussed this kind of thing before. Something flickered across Sarah's face. Annoyance? Maybe concern? And what did you tell her? The truth. That this was your idea and came out of nowhere. Sarah was quiet for a moment, processing this. What else did she say about Mark? That he's been working late more? Going to the gym? Being secretive? Secretive how? The intensity of her interest was strange. Why would she care so much about Mark's behavior unless... Sarah, can I ask you something? Of course. How long have you been thinking about this arrangement? She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. What do you mean? I mean, ideas like this don't just pop into someone's head during dinner. Had you been considering it for a while? Does it matter? We're doing it now. It matters to me. She studied my face for a moment, like she was trying to decide how much truth I could handle. A few weeks, she said finally. Mark and I were talking about how routine our marriages had become, and the idea just sort of evolved. You and Mark were talking about our marriages? Not in a bad way, just... You know how couples sometimes discuss their relationships with friends, but something about the way she said it didn't sit right. When had she and Mark started having private conversations about our marriages, and why was this the first I was hearing about it? That night, as she slept beside me, I stared at the ceiling and wondered when my wife had started keeping secrets from me. The second Thursday arrived with a sense of inevitability that made my skin crawl. Sarah's preparation routine was even more elaborate this time. She'd bought new lingerie. I found the receipt on her dresser, not hidden like she usually hid expensive purchases. The total was more than we typically spent on groceries in a month. When I picked up Lisa for our second date, she looked worse than before. There were dark circles under her eyes, and her hands shook when she lit her cigarette in my car. "Since when do you smoke?" I asked. "Since last week," she replied, taking a long drag. "Stress, I guess." We went to the same restaurant, but she was different this time. Jumpier, more agitated. She ordered wine before we even sat down and finished the first glass before our server had taken our food order. "I need to tell you something," she said suddenly, her words slightly slurred. "About last Thursday." "What about it?" She leaned forward, lowering her voice. "Mark came home that night and was different. Angry, almost. He kept asking what you and I had talked about, like he was worried I'd said something wrong." "Wrong about what?" "That's what I asked him. And he said..." She paused to drain her wine glass. "He said I shouldn't be asking you questions about Sarah, that it wasn't my business but you were just making conversation. That's what I told him. But Derek..." The way he said it, it was like he was warning me about something. Her phone buzzed on the table. She glanced at it and her face went pale. "Who is it?" I asked. "Sarah," she whispered, showing me the screen. The message was simple. "Hope you're having fun tonight." But something about that message made Lisa completely shut down. She grabbed her phone, deleted the message, and stuffed the device back in her purse like it had burned her. "Lisa, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Everything's fine." She waved to get the server's attention. "Can I get another glass of wine? Actually, make it a double." The rest of dinner was painful. She drank steadily, answered my questions with one-word responses, and kept checking her phone every few minutes. When she excused herself to use the bathroom, she was gone for 15 minutes. When she returned, her eyes were red-rimmed, but she insisted she was fine. "Allergies," she said, though it was November and nothing was blooming. The drive to her house was silent except for the sound of her breathing, which seemed too fast and too shallow. When I pulled into her driveway, she didn't immediately get out. Instead, she sat with her hand on the door handle, staring at her house like it was a prison. "Are you okay?" I asked. She turned to look at me, and for a moment I thought she was going to cry. Her mouth opened like she wanted to say something important, something that might explain everything that had been happening. "Derek," she started, then stopped. "Do you ever feel like you're living someone else's life? Like you woke up one day and everything familiar had changed, but you can't figure out when it happened?" "Every day lately. I used to know who my husband was. We used to tell each other everything. Now I feel like I'm sharing my house with a stranger." "When did that start?" "A few months ago, maybe longer. It's hard to pinpoint exactly because it happened so gradually." She finally looked at me directly. "But I think Sarah and Mark have been talking more than we realized." "What do you mean?" "I mean, I think they've been planning this longer than either of us knows, and I don't think it's really about spicing up our marriages." Before I could ask what she meant, she got out of the car. Thank you for dinner, she said through the open window. And Derek, maybe we should both start paying closer attention to things. I waited until she was inside before driving home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she'd been trying to warn me about something. Sarah was waiting for me when I got home, practically vibrating with excitement. She was wearing that same silk robe, but tonight she looked different, predatory almost. How was it? She asked before I'd even closed the front door. Fine, just fine. What did you talk about? Did she seem upset about something? Did she mention anything about Mark? The questions came faster this time, more specific, like she was fishing for particular information. She mentioned that he was angry after last Thursday. Wanted to know what we talked about. Sarah's expression shifted slightly. Angry about what? About her asking me questions about you, apparently. What kind of questions? The same kind you're asking me right now. For a moment, Sarah looked annoyed, like I'd said something wrong. Then her smile returned, but it seemed forced. I'm just curious about how everyone's adjusting to this new arrangement, she said. It's important that we're all comfortable. Are you comfortable with it? Of course. Why wouldn't I be? I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot of checking up on each other going on. Like we're all gathering intelligence instead of just having dinner. Sarah's laugh sounded hollow. You're overthinking things, Derek. Sometimes people are just curious. But as she pressed for more details about my evening, watching my face carefully with each question, I realized that Lisa might be right. This felt less like curiosity and more like surveillance, and I was starting to wonder what my wife was really looking for. The dinner with Sarah's parents was her idea, sprung on me Friday morning like an ambush. My parents want to see us this weekend, she announced over coffee. I told them we'd come for dinner Sunday. Since when do your parents want impromptu family dinners? Since they haven't seen us in a month, she replied, but something in her tone felt rehearsed. Her parents lived in a modest ranch house in the suburbs, the same house where she'd grown up. Her mother met us at the door with her usual warm smile, but it faltered slightly when she hugged her daughter. You smell different, her mother said, pulling back to study her daughter's face. New perfume. Sarah's cheeks flushed. Same as always, Mom. No, it's definitely different. Her mother's nose wrinkled slightly. Heavier, more expensive. I watched this exchange with growing unease. Her mother was right. It was a different scent. Something that definitely wasn't the light floral perfume Sarah had worn for years. Dinner started normally enough. Her father asked about work, her mother fussed over the roast beef, and Sarah made small talk about the weather, but I could see her fidgeting like she was building up to something. Came during dessert. We have something to tell you, Sarah announced, setting down her fork with deliberate precision. Her parents looked at us expectantly, probably hoping for news about grandchildren. Derek and I have decided to explore our relationship in new ways. We're doing couple swaps with our friends. The silence that followed was deafening. Her father's fork clattered against his plate. Her mother's face went through a series of expressions. Confusion, comprehension, and finally, horror. Couple swaps, her mother repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. It's perfectly normal, Sarah continued, her tone defensive but determined. Lots of modern couples do it. It keeps relationships fresh, prevents boredom. We're adults who trust each other. Are you insane? Her father exploded, his face turning red. You're married. Marriage means commitment, fidelity. Marriage means different things to different people, Sarah interrupted. This is a mutual decision Derek and I made together. I opened my mouth to speak, but Sarah shot me a look that could have frozen fire. Her mother was staring at me now, her eyes filled with disappointment. Derek, surely you can't think this is a good idea. I started, but Sarah jumped in before I could finish. He's completely supportive. We both are. This is about trust and communication. This is about destroying your marriage, her mother said sharply. Just like your sister. The mention of her sister made Sarah stiffen. Her sister had gotten divorced 3 years earlier after what the family diplomatically called experimenting with different lifestyles. This is nothing like what happened with Amy, Sarah snapped. Isn't it? Her father asked. She started with exploring new experiences too. Said her husband was boring, that she needed excitement. Where did that lead? To her being happier. Sarah shot back, though we all knew Amy had struggled significantly since the divorce. To her being alone and in therapy, her mother corrected. And now you want to follow the same path. The argument escalated from there. Her parents questioned our judgment, our marriage, and our moral compass. Sarah defended our decision with increasing desperation, throwing around terms like modern relationship dynamics and evolved thinking. Through it all, I sat silent, watching my wife transform into someone I barely recognized. Someone willing to destroy relationships with her own parents to defend something that felt fundamentally wrong. The evening ended with her mother in tears and her father refusing to shake my hand goodbye. I raised you better than this, her mother said at the door. Both of you. The drive home was tense and silent until we were halfway there. I can't believe you just sat there, Sarah finally exploded. They attacked our decision, attacked us, and you said nothing. What was I supposed to say? You were supposed to defend us, defend our marriage. Instead, you sat there like a lump while they made us sound like perverts. Maybe because I'm not sure I disagree with them. She turned to stare at me, her eyes blazing. What's that supposed to mean? It means maybe your parents have a point. Maybe this whole thing is a mistake. It's too late for second thoughts, Derek. Why? We can stop anytime we want. No, we can't. Her voice was cold. Final. Not without consequences. That word, consequences, hung in the air between us like a threat. What kind of consequences? Nothing. I just meant people would talk. Mark and Lisa would be hurt. It would be awkward. But the way she'd said it suggested something more serious than social awkwardness. When we got home, she went straight to the bedroom and slammed the door. I could hear her on the phone again, her voice low and urgent. Whatever conversation she was having, it went on for over an hour. The next few days passed in a haze of forced normalcy. Sarah and I barely spoke except when necessary. She seemed distracted, constantly checking her phone, disappearing for errands that took hours and returning with no bags or explanations. Wednesday evening, I decided to call Lisa. I told myself it was just to check on her, but I realized I was hoping she might help me make sense of what was happening. Can we meet? I asked when she answered. I need to talk to someone who understands what this feels like. I can't, she whispered. Mark's been different since Sunday, more controlling. He checks my phone now, asks where I've been. Checks your phone. Says he's just curious about who I'm talking to. But Derek, I think something's wrong. Really wrong. What do you mean? I found some things. Credit card statements, receipts. Mark's been lying about where he goes during the day. What kind of lies? He says he's at work, but there are charges from restaurants and hotels during his work hours, and they're not business meetings. I called his office and they said he'd taken personal time on those days. My stomach dropped. How long has this been going on? Months, maybe longer. I'm scared to dig too deep because if he finds out I've been investigating. Has he hurt you? There was a long pause. Not physically, but he's been saying things, making threats about what would happen if I embarrassed him. He knows things about my family, my job, things he could use against me. Lisa, maybe we should meet somewhere public. You shouldn't have to handle this alone. I can't. He's tracking my location through my phone. He knows everywhere I go. The conversation was interrupted by the sound of a door slamming in the background. He's home, she whispered. I have to go. The line went dead, leaving me holding the phone and feeling helpless. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed listening to Sarah's breathing, wondering how many lies she'd told me, how long this had been planned, and what those consequences she'd mentioned really meant. Around 2 a.m., I got up and went to her purse. I told myself I was just looking for her phone charger, but I was really hoping to find some clue about what was happening. Instead, I found something worse. Tucked into a side pocket was a folded piece of paper. It was a printout of an email exchange between Sarah and someone identified only as M, presumably Mark. The first email was dated 3 weeks before our dinner at their house. Everything is in place. Derek suspects nothing. Lisa is getting more difficult to control, but we can handle her. The response: good. Stick to the timeline we discussed. Phase 1 is almost complete. Phase 1. Timeline. This wasn't spontaneous. It was a plan. I photographed the emails with my phone and put the paper back exactly where I'd found it. The next morning, Sarah was unusually cheerful, humming in the kitchen while making coffee. When I told her I had to work late that evening, she seemed pleased rather than disappointed. "That's fine," she said. "I'll find something to do." I called in sick to work instead and spent the day parked across from Mark's office building. At 11 a.m., he left and drove to an upscale hotel downtown. Sarah's car was already in the parking lot. They weren't even trying to hide anymore. I followed them inside and watched from the lobby as they took an elevator to the 5th floor. They were comfortable together, familiar, like they'd done this many times before. That evening, when Sarah came home with shopping bags and claimed she'd spent the day at the mall, I said nothing. But I knew now that everything she'd told me for months had been lies. The third Thursday was 2 days away, and I realized I needed to warn Lisa about what I discovered. But more than that, I needed to figure out what phase 2 of their plan involved. Because whatever they were planning, I was certain it was going to be much worse than simple adultery. As I watched my wife prepare for another evening with her lover, I realized that the woman I'd married had either been an elaborate fiction from the beginning, or she'd been replaced by someone I didn't recognize at all. Either way, I was living with a stranger who saw me as an obstacle to be removed rather than a husband to be loved. And I was finally ready to stop being a victim. I spent Thursday morning preparing for what I suspected would be our final swap. Armed with new knowledge about Sarah and Mark's deception, I decided to be completely honest with Lisa about what I'd discovered. I picked her up at the usual time, but instead of going to a restaurant, I drove to a quiet parking lot overlooking the lake. "We need to talk," I said, turning off the engine. She looked panicked. "Derek, if Mark finds out we're not at dinner..." "He's not going to find out because he's busy with my wife." I pulled out my phone and showed her the photos I'd taken of the email exchange. "Lisa, they've been planning this for months." She read the messages, her face growing pale. "Phase 1 timeline. This sounds like a business plan." "That's because I think it is. They're not just having an affair. They're manipulating us towards some specific goal." "What goal?" "I don't know yet, but I have some ideas." I told her about following them to the hotel, about the lies and the gradual isolation I'd been experiencing. "What I can't figure out is why they need us to participate. Why not just get divorced and be together?" Lisa was quiet for a long moment, staring out at the water. Then she pulled out her phone. "There's something I haven't told you," she said, "about Mark's behavior lately." She scrolled through her text messages and showed me several from Mark over the past few weeks. They were subtle but controlling. Asking where she was, who she was with, reminding her about money they owed, mentioning her job security. "He's been making me feel unstable," she said. "Like I'm lucky to have him. Like I couldn't make it on my own. And he's been documenting everything." "What do you mean?" "Pictures of the house when it's messy, recordings of arguments where I sound hysterical, screenshots of my spending. He says it's just for his own records, but Derek, I think he's building a case." The pieces suddenly clicked into place. A divorce case. They're gathering evidence to make us look like the bad spouses. But we haven't done anything wrong. Haven't we? We've been going on dates with other people. We have photos together, dinner receipts, probably hours of conversation that could be taken out of context. Lisa's eyes widened with understanding. The swap wasn't about spicing up our marriages. It was about creating evidence that we're cheaters, too. Exactly. Now, when they file for divorce, they can claim we were both unfaithful. They look like the victims who tried to save their marriages through counseling and open communication, while we look like the cheaters who took advantage of their generosity. But the whole thing was their idea. Who's going to believe that? Especially if they've been documenting our enthusiasm for the arrangement. I thought about Sarah's questions after each dinner, her insistence on details. They've probably been recording our conversations about it, making it sound like we pushed for this. Lisa put her head in her hands. I feel so stupid. I knew something was wrong, but I kept telling myself I was being paranoid. You weren't paranoid. You were being systematically manipulated by someone you trusted. We sat in silence for a few minutes, watching boats move across the lake. Finally, Lisa spoke. What do we do now? We gather evidence of our own, and we need to be smart about it. Over the next hour, we made a plan. Lisa would start documenting Mark's real schedule, his lies about where he'd been. I would look for more evidence of Sarah's affair and try to find proof of their longer timeline. We need to be careful, I warned her. If they realize we know. I understand. But Derek, I can't keep living like this, feeling crazy, questioning everything, walking on eggshells in my own house. Neither can I. When I dropped her off at home, she squeezed my hand. Thank you for telling me the truth. For the first time in months, I don't feel like I'm losing my mind. I drove home to find Sarah in the kitchen, her hair slightly mussed, her makeup gone. She was cooking dinner with unusual enthusiasm. How was your evening? She asked without turning around. Fine. Yours? Oh, I just stayed home, watched some movies, did some cleaning. She glanced at me over her shoulder. Lisa seemed quiet tonight. Everything okay? The casual lie delivered while cooking my dinner was almost impressive in its audacity. She's been stressed about work, I said. Well, hopefully these dinners are helping her relax. As I watched my wife, who had spent the evening in a hotel room with another man, express fake concern about my emotional well-being, I realized how completely she'd been playing me. But now the game had changed. Over the next week, Lisa and I worked together like private investigators. We met briefly each day during lunch breaks, sharing what we discovered. Her findings were damning. Mark had been lying about his schedule for months, not weeks. Credit card statements showed a pattern of hotel visits and expensive dinners during times when he claimed to be at work or the gym. My discoveries were equally revealing. I found more printed emails in Sarah's purse. These ones discussing timeline acceleration and asset protection. There were references to lawyers, to financial planning, to something called exit strategy. They're not just planning divorces, I told Lisa during one of our meetings. They're planning to take us for everything we're worth. How? Think about it. Mark knows all your financial information, your spending habits, your emotional triggers. Sarah knows mine. They've been studying us, documenting our weaknesses, setting us up to look like unstable, unfaithful spouses while positioning themselves as the long-suffering partners who tried everything to save their marriages. Exactly. And with the evidence they've gathered during these swaps, they can claim we were the ones pushing for an open marriage, that we were unsatisfied and looking for excitement elsewhere. The most chilling discovery came when Lisa found a notebook in Mark's office. It contained detailed psychological profiles of both of us, noting our vulnerabilities and pressure points. There were strategies for making us feel guilty, inadequate, and dependent. Listen to this, she said, reading from the notebook. Derek responds well to guilt about not being exciting enough. Increased criticism of routine suggests he's boring. Lisa can be controlled through financial insecurity and isolation from support network. They've been following a manual for psychological manipulation, and it was working until we figured it out. But the notebook also revealed something else. We weren't their first targets. There were pages of notes about other couples, people we knew who had gotten divorced over the past 2 years under mysterious circumstances. Remember Jim and Carol? Lisa asked. How their divorce came out of nowhere, and everyone was shocked because they seemed so happy. I remembered. The divorce had been brutal, with Jim losing most of his assets because Carol's lawyer painted him as an irresponsible spender who had been emotionally abusive. According to these notes, they ran the same playbook on them, and on Dave and Michelle, and on Tom and Rebecca. How many marriages have they destroyed? At least 4 that I can identify, maybe more. As we pieced together the scope of their operation, I realized we were dealing with something much more serious than simple adultery. This was systematic fraud, potentially involving identity theft, financial manipulation, and organized deception. We need to go to the police, I said. With what evidence? Everything we found was obtained by going through their personal belongings without permission. Then we need to get evidence they can't dismiss. That's when I remembered something Sarah had said weeks earlier about the importance of documentation. If they were recording our conversations and photographing our dinners for evidence, that meant they were creating records that could be used against them, too. What if we turned their own strategy against them? I suggested. How? What if we got them to confess? If we could record them admitting to the manipulation, the fake timeline, the other couples they've targeted? That's risky. If they realize what we're doing, it's risky not to do something. How long before they decide we've gathered enough evidence and move to phase 2? Lisa was quiet for a long moment. What did you have in mind? As I outlined my plan, I saw determination replace fear in her eyes. We'd been victims long enough. It was time to fight back. I chose Sunday evening for the confrontation. Sarah was relaxed, confident, probably thinking about her Tuesday plans with Mark. She was curled up on our couch with a glass of wine, scrolling through her phone with that satisfied smile I'd grown to hate. I had a small recording device in my shirt pocket, something I'd bought after researching the legality of recording conversations in our state. Since it was my own home, I was legally allowed to record without her consent. "We need to talk," I said, sitting down across from her. "About what?" she asked, not looking up from her phone. "About your relationship with Mark." Her thumb stopped scrolling, but she didn't look up. "I don't know what you mean." "Sure you do." I pulled out printed copies of the emails I'd found. "These are pretty explicit about your timeline and your phases." Now she looked up, and I saw the exact moment she realized her world was about to collapse. "You've been going through my personal things?" she asked, trying to sound indignant instead of panicked. "I've been trying to understand why my wife has been lying to me for months." I spread the emails across the coffee table. "March 15th, Sarah. That's when it started. Isn't it? Your affair with Mark." She sat down her wine glass with shaking hands. "Derek, I can explain." "I'm sure you can. You're very good at explaining things." I pulled out the photos I'd taken of her car at the hotel. "Like how you explained that you were shopping when you were actually in a hotel room with Mark." The color drained from her face as she recognized the parking lot. "Where did you get these?" "From someone who finally decided to stop being a victim." I pulled out more evidence. The restaurant receipts, the credit card statements, the timeline Lisa and I had constructed. 18 months, Sarah. You've been planning this for 18 months. Planning what? Derek, you're being paranoid. Am I? I showed her the psychological profiles from Mark's notebook. These are notes about my personality, my weaknesses, my pressure points. Federal marriage counselors don't usually keep files like this. She stood up abruptly, her wine glass falling to the floor and shattering. "You don't understand. It's not what it looks like." "Then explain it to me. Explain why you and Mark have detailed notes about other couples you've targeted. Explain the exit strategy and the asset protection plans." I pulled out document after document, watching her composure crumble with each new piece of evidence. "How many marriages have you destroyed, Sarah? Jim and Carol, Dave and Michelle, Tom and Rebecca." "It wasn't like that," she said weakly. "Those couples were already having problems. We just helped them realize it by manipulating them into compromising situations and then using that as leverage in divorce proceedings." Her silence was answer enough. "The couple swap was never about exploring our marriage," I continued. "It was about creating evidence that I was unfaithful, too. You needed me to look like the bad husband so you could justify taking half of everything I've worked for." She started crying then, but even her tears felt calculated. "Derek, please, we can work this out. We can go to counseling. The way you worked things out with the other couples?" Before she could answer, there was a knock at our front door. She went pale and looked toward the sound like she was seeing a ghost. "Expecting someone?" I asked. She didn't answer, but I already knew. Lisa and I had coordinated this moment carefully. When I opened the door, Mark stood there with a confident smile that faltered when he saw my expression. "Evening, Derek." Sarah called and said you two were having some communication issues. "Thought I might help mediate." "How thoughtful. Please come in." I was just showing my wife some interesting documents. He walked into our living room and immediately saw the papers scattered across the coffee table. His confident demeanor disappeared entirely. "What's all this?" he asked, though his voice revealed he already knew. "Evidence of fraud, manipulation, and conspiracy to defraud multiple couples over the past 2 years," I said conversationally. "Would you like to see your greatest hits? I particularly enjoyed the psychological profiles you kept on me and Lisa." Sarah and Mark exchanged a look that confirmed everything I'd suspected about their coordination. "Derek," Mark said, switching to a condescending tone, "I think you're misunderstanding some things. Why don't we all sit down and talk this through like adults?" "Adults? You mean like how adults don't manipulate their friends into fake couple swaps to gather evidence for divorce proceedings?" "Evidence?" Sarah laughed, and suddenly her tears were gone. "Derek, you've been happier these past few weeks than you've been in years. We gave you excitement. Someone who actually wanted to spend time with you by lying and manipulating everyone involved. By giving you something better than your boring, predictable life," Mark added. "You should be thanking us." The casual cruelty in their voices was breathtaking. They genuinely believed they were doing us a favor by destroying our lives. "And when you moved to phase 2, when you started the divorce proceedings and painted us as the unfaithful spouses, were we supposed to thank you for that too?" "You would have been fine," Mark said dismissively. "A smaller house, a more modest lifestyle. You both would have survived while you walked away with everything we'd worked for our entire lives." "We earned it," Sarah said. "We took the initiative, made the hard choices. You and Lisa were just settling, going through the motions." Looking at them sitting in my living room, speaking about our destroyed marriages like business transactions, I realized that I'd never really known my wife at all. But they'd made one critical error in their calculations. They'd underestimated what two settling people might do when they discovered they had nothing left to lose. "Well," I said, pulling out my phone, "this has been illuminating. Now, let me show you something interesting." I pressed stop on my recording app and then immediately called Lisa, who had been waiting for my signal. "You can come up now," I said when she answered. "Come up where?" Sarah asked, confused. "Lisa's been in her car outside for the past 20 minutes, recording this conversation through the living room window. Turns out when you install listening devices to spy on people, other people can use the same technology against you." Lisa appeared at our front door with her own recording device and a grim smile. "Hello, Mark," she said, conversational. "I especially like the part where you both admitted to targeting multiple couples and earning money from their destroyed marriages. The looks of shock and panic on their faces almost made everything worth it. Unlike your illegal surveillance," I continued, "our recordings were made with full knowledge that you were being recorded, which makes them completely admissible in court." Over the next few hours, as Mark and Sarah realized the full extent of what we'd uncovered, their united front crumbled completely. Mark tried to pin everything on Sarah, claiming he'd been manipulated. Sarah insisted it had been Mark's idea from the beginning. The truth, as it emerged, was even worse than we'd suspected. They'd been running this scheme for 3 years, targeting financially stable couples in our social circle. The money they'd gained from manipulated divorce settlements had funded their lifestyle and their ability to target new victims. The legal process that followed was swift and decisive. With recordings of their confessions and documentation of their previous victims, prosecutors had everything they needed for fraud and conspiracy charges. Mark was sentenced to 2 years in prison and ordered to pay restitution to all victims. Sarah received 18 months and lost her professional licenses. My divorce was finalized 6 months later. Because of the evidence of her systematic deception and fraud, I retained our house and most of our assets. Sarah was forced to liquidate her retirement accounts to pay legal fees and restitution. But the most important healing happened outside the courtroom. Lisa and I supported each other through the legal process, but we were careful not to rush into anything romantic. We'd both learned painful lessons about relationships built on deception. It was nearly 8 months before our first real date, dinner at a quiet restaurant where we could talk honestly about our fears, our hopes, and what we'd learned about ourselves. "I keep waiting for you to reveal some hidden agenda," she admitted over dessert. I understand that feeling, I replied. But you know what's different? When I'm with you, I don't feel like I'm being studied or managed. I feel like you actually see me. I do see you, and I like what I see. A year later, we were engaged. Our relationship was built on radical honesty and mutual respect. We shared everything: finances, passwords, concerns, dreams. Her ex-husband was released after serving 18 months. He moved to another state and, according to court records, attempted to run a similar scheme on new victims. He was arrested again within a year. My ex-wife moved back with her parents after being unable to find work in her field. Last I heard, she was working retail and still claiming to anyone who would listen that she was the real victim. The other couples who had been targeted found various paths forward. Most were able to recover financially through the civil litigation, though the emotional damage took longer to heal. As for us, we learned that love built on truth is infinitely stronger than love built on fantasy. We discovered that genuine partnership means protecting each other's vulnerabilities instead of exploiting them. On our wedding day, Lisa gave me a card that read, "Thank you for teaching me that trust isn't about blind faith. It's about choosing someone whose actions consistently match their words." I kept that card on my desk as a reminder that sometimes the worst betrayal can lead to the most genuine love. Justice was served, but more importantly, we learned who we really were when all the lies were stripped away. And we liked what we found. Now on to the next story. Story 2. The day I discovered I was pregnant, I heard my boyfriend's twin brother say, "Brother, I've been pretending to be you and playing with your girlfriend for so long. And if Hammy finds out..." My boyfriend just laughed and replied, "She won't leave. It's not the first time we've switched." That afternoon, I booked a medical appointment and a one-way plane ticket scheduled for the same day as our wedding. If they planned to humiliate me in front of everyone, why shouldn't I escape first and turn their game into a joke? With 5 days remaining, I could now easily distinguish the twins. Haim was cold, distant, always serious. Ernesto, the twin, was playful and had a small mole on his stomach. Haim never let me get close enough to know if he had one, too. The next morning, Haim was in the living room with gold-rimmed glasses reading the newspaper, well-dressed. "We'll have guests today," he said without looking up. Later, Ernesto arrived with a woman named Olivia. I played my part, pretending surprise when Hammy introduced us. "This is my twin brother. He just returned from abroad." Ernesto shook my hand. "Pleased to meet you." His expression was calm, his smile polite, but I knew too much to be fooled. Olivia intervened, approaching me. "Raquel and I were roommates in college. And guess what? I'll be your maid of honor." Before I could respond, the chef called us for lunch at the table. Olivia sat between the twins and smiled at me. "Raquel, has he been acting different lately?" I knew she wanted me to embarrass myself. So, I smiled softly and said, "Yes, he has changed. He's become much kinder to me. I think I've fallen even more in love with him." The room fell silent. Both brothers stiffened. Haim shot Ernesto a cold look. Then, trying to keep the atmosphere light, Ernesto put shrimp on my plate. "Honey, your favorite garlic shrimp without shells." He froze when he realized what he had just said. "My brother calls you that all the time." "It slipped out," he added quickly. I nodded. "How thoughtful." Haim's jaw tensed. I ate the shrimp calmly and stood up. Moments later, I was in the bathroom holding back nausea. When I returned, Olivia gave me a knowing look. "Morning sickness?" "Maybe," I replied. "No, just an upset stomach." Later that night, Haim and Ernesto left to take Olivia home. They returned late. I wasn't sure which twin had come back. I saw his phone on the nightstand and checked the messages. Everything was there. "Haim, I'll switch back with you in a few days." "Ernesto?" "No way. I haven't finished having fun." "Haim, you've been treating her well. Don't tell me you've fallen in love." "Of course not. You said the kinder I was, the harder she'd fall before we crushed her." "Haim, just don't touch her. That's the rule." So that night, it was Ernesto who was in the room with me. 10 minutes later, he came out of the shower and sat casually beside me. Do you have those long nails again? My back still has marks. I replied without looking up. Call the police. He chuckled. Why are you so cute? And he leaned in to kiss me. I stopped him. My stomach hurts. He frowned. I nodded. He offered to massage it, but I pushed his hand away. I'm fine. Later that night, the pain worsened. I curled up in bed. I closed my eyes tightly. Ernesto finally pulled me into his arms, gently stroking my back. Honey, don't let it hurt anymore. His voice was soft, and for a moment I thought he felt something real. But the next morning he reminded me who he really was. I woke up and found him standing next to me holding my phone. His expression was unreadable. Why is the hospital sending you pre-procedure instructions? My heart skipped a beat, but I stayed calm. Probably just a pop-up ad. If I were really pregnant, I'd tell you. He narrowed his eyes. Have you been visiting those types of websites? Learning is good, I said bluntly. He smiled. Aren't the things I teach you enough? Then he whispered, in 4 days we'll be married. I'll make you the happiest bride in the world. I smiled, because in 4 days, I'd be on a plane and they'd both be alone at a wedding I'd never attend. There would be no marriage, no future. Not for any of us. The day after dinner, I pretended everything was fine. I smiled when necessary, laughed when expected, and played the role of the devoted fiancé. But inside I was counting the hours. For more days until the wedding. For more days until I disappeared from their lives forever. That morning, Ernesto brought me breakfast in bed. He sat beside me, carefully placing a tray with toast, orange juice, and scrambled eggs on my lap. Honey, you need to eat well, he said softly. I nodded, forcing a smile. Thank you. He watched me as I ate, his expression unreadable. I could see the wheels turning in his mind, trying to figure out if I believed the lie I told him last night. Ernesto left the room after I finished breakfast. I waited a few minutes. Then I got up and vomited everything in the bathroom. The smell of scrambled eggs was still trapped in my nose. My head was throbbing. And not just from nausea. It was the pressure, the constant tension of living with 2 men who took turns deceiving me as if my dignity were a toy. I went back to bed and lay down, staring at the ceiling. They believed they had control. They thought I was just another conquest, a pastime for 2 rich, spoiled boys who had never heard a no in their lives. The clock showed 11:45 when my cell phone vibrated. It was a message from my best friend, Clara, who lived in another state. She only knew part of the story. I had told her about the doubts, about the strange behaviors, but I never told her I was pregnant, nor that I had heard the 2 planning to emotionally destroy me. Were you able to schedule the appointment? Do you need help with the ticket? I replied, everything's already booked. I leave Saturday at 1 p.m. I'll send you the flight details. Clara typed for a while, then sent me a heart. 3 days left now. 3 long days, and I had to keep pretending. When I went down for lunch, Hamie was in the garden talking on the phone, impeccable as always, in a suit that looked tailor-made. Ernesto was sitting in the dining room, distracted, looking at something on his cell phone. When he saw me, he made that half-smile, the same one he used when pretending to be his brother. Did you sleep well, love? I replied softly, you seemed tired last night. I hope you're okay. He was probing, trying to make me trip up, but I wouldn't trip. Hormones. Maybe. It's been intense days, I replied naturally, bringing my hand to my belly. He looked away for a second, then smiled. Everything will be fine. Not for you, I thought. After lunch, I went to the guest room and checked the secret suitcase I had hidden at the back of the closet. Only the essentials. Documents, tests, some cash, a new card with another surname, simple clothes. I would leave my real things behind as part of the trophy they thought they had won. But I would take with me what really mattered, my freedom and my child. In the afternoon, Hamie invited me to walk through the garden. He was more affectionate than usual. He offered me his arm like a gentleman. He talked about the future, about the honeymoon. He even suggested names for our future children. I like Isabella if it's a girl, he said. I looked at him and smiled, feigning tenderness. Isabella is beautiful. He didn't know the baby already had a name, that the room was already planned at Clara's house, that I didn't plan to say his name again after Saturday. That night, Ernesto knocked on my bedroom door. Jaime had gone out to dinner with his father. I knew Ernesto would come. He always came when he thought he could play a little more. "May I come in?" he asked, leaning against the door with a glass of wine in his hand. "Sure," I replied. He entered and sat in the armchair next to the bed. He offered me the glass, which I declined with a fake smile. "You didn't drink at dinner or today at lunch. Are you taking care of yourself for the big day?" I rolled my eyes inside. "I'm avoiding alcohol until the wedding. I want to be perfect." He nodded, observing my face. I felt his eyes scanning every detail as if looking for a crack. "You're different, Raquel. Nervous bride, maybe. No, it's something else. You're more confident. As if you knew something we don't know." My heart raced, but I kept my face serene. "Maybe it's love, Ernesto." He laughed. "We both know this is more complicated than that." "Both?" I asked. "Are you sure you're talking to the right person?" He didn't respond. He just looked at me for several seconds. Then he stood up. "Good night, Raquel. Dream of the future always," I replied. I closed the door as soon as he left and breathed deeply. Only 3 days left, but I already felt like time was suffocating me. I went back to bed and hugged the pillow. I didn't cry. Couldn't. Not for me, not for him, not for anyone. That would be the last time I'd allow myself to be used. And although I still shared a house with them for 3 more days, inside I no longer belonged to them. I was already somewhere else in another world. One where I wouldn't be the joke of 2 brothers anymore. I would be the mother of a child who would never know his father. And honestly, that was the best gift I could give him. That night I couldn't sleep. The clock showed 3 o'clock in the morning, and I still had my eyes open, listening to every creak of the house as if the slightest sound could give me away. I was paranoid, but how could I not be? I lived in a mansion that seemed straight out of a movie, but that hid a horror script behind every corner. Every kind gesture was a disguise, every smile a trap. My cell phone vibrated. It was a message from the hospital confirming the appointment time for Friday morning, just 1 day before the wedding. I felt a knot in my throat. Seeing it written made it more real. I was going to leave everything. I was going to go. I was going to escape. I got up carefully, took a small flashlight from the drawer, and approached the secret suitcase to check the contents one last time. Everything was still there. I breathed deeply. I just had to endure 2 more days. The next day, when I went down for breakfast, I found an unexpected scene. Ernesto was in the kitchen, but he wasn't alone. A young woman, brunette, with an unfriendly face. She was confronting him with her arms crossed. "What are you doing here?" she asked as soon as she saw me. Ernesto turned toward me, visibly uncomfortable. "Raquel, this is Juliana. She's a friend from the past." Juliana let out a dry laugh. "Friend? Is that what you call someone you shared a bed with while pretending to be your brother now?" My stomach clenched. I felt as if the air left the room suddenly. "What?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Juliana looked at me with pity, not anger. "You didn't know? What an idiot. I thought you were part of the game, too. Either Ernesto already did it to you, or was it Jaime this time?" I tried to stay firm, but my legs were weakening. Ernesto stepped forward, annoyed. "That's enough, Juliana. Get out of here." She ignored him. "I've been following him, Raquel. Not just him. Both of them. You're not the first. You're not special. They have a pattern. They take turns, get bored, and then leave you like nothing happened." My hands were trembling. "And you? Why are you here?" I asked in a barely audible voice. "Because I was you 3 years ago." She looked me straight in the eyes, and I never forgave myself for not warning the next one. Juliana left without looking back. Ernesto remained silent, staring at me as if waiting for me to react, but I didn't. I just walked to the dining room as if I hadn't heard anything. I sat at the table, took a cup of tea, and sipped it. My hands were shaking, but I refused to break down in front of him. "Are you going to say something?" asked Ernesto, approaching slowly. Thank you for yesterday's tea. It was perfect, I replied, ignoring everything else. He frowned. Raquel, I have to get ready. Today I have a dress fitting. I left him there, stunned, unable to control anything. That was my small victory. The calmer, the quieter I became, the more power I felt. They lived off chaos, and I, from now on, wouldn't give them anything. At the seamstress's studio, while I adjusted the white dress as if I were really going to get married, I looked at my reflection in the mirror. The woman looking back at me wasn't the one from a week ago. She was no longer an excited bride. She was a woman pretending to survive. And she was doing a good job. You look radiant, said the seamstress, excited. Thank you, I replied with a smile that caused me to maintain. I returned home at the end of the afternoon. Hammy was waiting for me at the entrance with a bouquet of red roses. He had never given me flowers. It was as if he knew. Somehow that control was slipping away from him. For you, my future wife, he said, kissing my forehead. They're beautiful, I replied, taking the bouquet. Can we talk for a moment? I nodded. We walked to the second-floor balcony. The view was beautiful, but it no longer impressed me. Are you happy? He asked me suddenly. I didn't respond immediately. I'm at peace. He observed me carefully. I want you to know that I'm committed to you, that this is real for me. I almost burst out laughing. I know, Hammy. I trust you. One more lie. It was necessary. He hugged me by the waist. His breath against my neck gave me chills. In 2 days, you'll be mine completely. Yes, I said, almost voiceless. 2 days. Just 2 more days. That night, when I returned to my room, I found an envelope under the door. I opened it with trembling hands. Inside was a sheet with only 2 sentences. I know what you're doing. You're not going to leave. Not this time. My heart almost stopped. Ernesto or Haim or both. They had discovered something. Or they were testing my reaction. But it didn't matter because now there was no turning back. I slept with my fist clenched around the cell phone as if that could protect me. Every shadow in that house seemed to watch me, waiting for my next move. That note under the door, it was no longer just a game. It was a warning, or worse yet, a threat. In the morning, the ticket was still where I had left it. On the nightstand, no one mentioned it during breakfast. Haim watched me with too much attention, as if he expected me to say something. Ernesto didn't come down. The tension was so dense I could barely swallow. I sat down, spread jam on a toast with all the calm I could muster, and faked a smile. Did you sleep well? Asked Hammy with that forcedly casual tone. Very well, I replied. I was exhausted. He nodded slowly, as if trying to find some crack in my expression, but he wouldn't find it. Around noon, Clara sent me an audio. Raquel, something's wrong. I called the clinic and they told me someone tried to cancel your appointment. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I replied immediately, don't let them cancel it. I'm going to go. Do you think they found out? I have no doubts. Do you want me to buy you a flight for tomorrow morning? We'll move everything up. I looked around. Hammy was talking to a gardener through the window. Ernesto still hadn't appeared. Yes. Get me out of here tomorrow. I deleted the chat history as soon as I sent the message. From that moment on, every movement had to be calculated. In the afternoon, I prepared the second part of the plan. I took out the envelope with money, hidden in the fake fireplace of the guest room, and changed suitcases. The original one, which they could have tampered with, I left in sight, open near the door. The new one, smaller, stayed with me, hidden. I would carry only the essentials. That night, during dinner, I sat next to Hammy. I smiled, toasted with him, even rested my head on his shoulder like the happy fiancé they expected to see. From the other side of the table, Ernesto finally appeared with a hardened face, tight lips. He barely touched his food. Olivia was there too, asking questions about the wedding, the honeymoon, all with that false sweetness that irritated me so much. Have you decided on the destination for the honeymoon? She asked with a cheerful voice. I think we'll go to the Maldives, I replied with a calm smile. Or maybe somewhere colder. Lately, I've been feeling very hot. I saw Ernesto look down and Haim clench his jaw. I scored another point. When dinner ended, Ernesto intercepted me near the stairs. He took my arm, not violently, but firmly. "Can we talk?" he whispered. "Not now. I'm tired," I replied. It wasn't a question, Raquel. His look was different. It wasn't anger. It was fear. He knew or suspected too much. He took me to the father's office, locked the door, and observed me as if trying to pierce me with his gaze. "Who else knows?" he asked. "What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. About the escape, about the baby, about the appointment." My heart was beating hard, but my voice came out firm. "I have no idea what you're talking about." He came closer, cornering me against the wall. His breath stank of wine. "I read the messages. You're lying. You're betraying us. Do you think you can leave Haimie standing at the altar? Is that it?" I remained silent. "Do you think you can play with us?" he said almost in a furious whisper. "We started this game. We decide when it ends." "No," I said at last. "You started it, but I'm going to finish it." He remained silent for a few seconds, and then he laughed. A bitter laugh. "You're not going to make it. You're not going to leave. Haimie will find you. He always does." "Maybe," I answered, "but that creature I carry inside will never know who you were. And that's all I care about." For the first time, Ernesto was speechless. He looked at me confused, almost defeated. Then he left the office without saying another word. I went up to my room with firm steps. I closed the door with a key and leaned against it. My body was shaking, but I knew I couldn't fall now. I took out paper and pen and wrote a letter. Not for them, but to leave a message. To my two fiancés. "Thank you for teaching me what love is not. I will never forget every lie you forced me to swallow with a smile. I hope the image of the woman you tried to break haunts you always. Good luck explaining this to the guests. Raquel." I signed it with my full name. I left it on the nightstand, clearly visible. The next morning I would leave or die trying. I woke up before dawn with my heart hammering in my chest. The sky was still dark, but I was already fully dressed, ready to leave without making noise. I was wearing old jeans, a baggy t-shirt, and my hair tied up in a cap. It wasn't the image of a bride on her big day. It was that of a woman escaping. I took the small suitcase and checked one last time that I had everything. False document, money, clean cell phone, ultrasound result folded inside the inner pocket. Clara was waiting for me at the terminal, 3 hours away by car. The plan was simple. Leave before the house woke up, take a taxi to the town, and from there a direct bus to the airport. If everything went well, by noon, I'd be flying away from them forever. I slid the room door carefully. The hallway was dark, not a sound. I went down the stairs with my heart in my throat. I felt like every creak of the wood was a gunshot. When I reached the vestibule, I felt a tingle behind my neck. I looked toward the main door. Ernesto was standing in the shadows holding a cup of coffee. "I knew you'd try it today," he said without raising his voice. I stopped. I gripped the suitcase handle tightly. I didn't back down. "And what are you going to do? Scream? Wake everyone up?" He approached slowly. There was something different about him. No arrogance, no fury. He seemed hurt. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked, looking at me with a strange mixture of sadness and contained rage. "Why didn't you tell me it was mine?" "What?" I replied, confused. "The baby? I knew it since I saw the results. It's mine, not Haim's. I was with you that night. You know it." I remained silent. The knot in my throat prevented me from speaking because, yes, I knew it and so did he. But that didn't change anything. "It doesn't change what they did," I said finally. "It doesn't change what they planned or the times they humiliated me or the way they played with me like I was a doll." "But I didn't want to hurt you," he insisted. "At first it was just a game. But then what, Ernesto?" I snapped, lowering my voice with fury. "Did you fall in love with the woman you shared with your brother? Was that the great love story?" He didn't answer. He just looked down. The silence between us was heavy, unbearable. "You're not going to stop me," I said firmly. "I can't do it," he whispered. "Then step aside." And he did. I passed by him, feeling his gaze burning my back. I crossed the door and felt the cool morning air caress my face. The first step out of that house was like being reborn. I walked to the gate. The taxi was waiting for me, just as I had planned. I got in without looking back. When I arrived at the town, Clara was already waiting for me. She got out of the car and hugged me without saying a word. My hands were shaking, but I didn't cry. "You're safe now," she told me. And at that moment, for the first time in weeks, I believed those words. We got in the car and started the journey. On the way, Clara told me she had prepared everything. An apartment in another city, a new job in a small cafe, medical appointments already scheduled, a new beginning. "And the wedding?" she asked me while driving. "What do you think happened when they saw you weren't there?" I smiled bitterly. I suppose they read the letter and then they started destroying each other. Halfway through, I received the first message from Hammy. "Where are you? This isn't a joke. People are arriving. Raquel, are you okay?" Then one from Ernesto. "Please just tell me if the baby is okay. I'm not going to stop you. I just want to know if you're okay." I didn't answer either. They didn't deserve it. When we arrived at the airport, I went through security and sat in the departure lounge. I looked at my reflection in the glass screen in front of me. My face was pale but serene. For the first time in a long time, I felt I had control. The plane took off with the sun already high. From the window, I saw the city left behind. With it, the twins, the wedding, the lies, the humiliation. I was no longer theirs. I was no longer anyone's. I was free. 3 months have passed since the plane took off that morning. 3 months of silence, of reconstruction, of understanding that the life I had dreamed of never existed, that the love I thought I had was a cruel illusion, a strategy of two soulless men. Today, I live in a small apartment with a view of a quiet street. There are no luxuries, no butlers or dinners served by French chefs, but there is peace, and that's worth more than any jewelry Hammy wanted to give me. I work in a coffee shop. I serve coffee. I clean tables. I smile at strangers. Many don't imagine that under the apron there's a woman who was once engaged in a magazine wedding, who once believed in the word forever, said by two identical mouths but equally false. Clara offered to let me stay with her, but I insisted on having my own space. I needed to build something mine from scratch because, although they took everything from me, they didn't take my ability to start again. My belly is already starting to show. At the cafe, some regular customers have noticed it, but they don't ask questions. I appreciate that silence more than anything else. I don't want to explain. I don't want to relive. I just want to move forward. The baby is healthy. It's a girl. I found out 2 weeks ago during an ultrasound where for the first time I cried. Not from sadness, but from relief, from contained joy. It was real. She was growing inside me and she had nothing to do with the twins. She was mine, only mine. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My sister-in-law barged into my house shouting, "I'm hosting Thanksgiving here whether you like it or not." When I refused, she invited guests anyway, but her reaction to my surprise vacation plans left her speechless. First, some background. My wife, Mariana, and I live in a quiet suburban neighborhood just outside Chicago. Our house is comfortable with plenty of space, but nothing extravagant. Bianca, my sister-in-law, seems to think otherwise. She has been a constant thorn in our side ever since I met Mariana. Bianca is the kind of person who doesn't ask for things. She declares them. If you don't agree, she bulldozes right over you as if your opinion doesn't matter. Mariana has always struggled to stand up to her, so most of the time I'm the one who ends up putting my foot down. But this time, Bianca really outdid herself. Mariana and I had already decided that this year we weren't hosting Thanksgiving. For the past 2 years, we had opened our home to the entire family, both hers and mine. As much as I love Thanksgiving, hosting is exhausting. It's not just the cooking, though that's a huge part of it. It's the cleaning, organizing, making sure everyone has what they need, and keeping the peace between feuding family members. After last year's fiasco, where Bianca loudly declared in front of everyone that my turkey was too dry, and insisted we should have just ordered catering while I was still carving the bird. I told Mariana I wasn't doing it again. She agreed. We had been talking about taking a short trip somewhere warm, just the two of us, and skipping the chaos altogether. Apparently, Bianca had other plans. One Saturday morning about 2 months before Thanksgiving, I was outside trimming the hedges when I heard Mariana's voice inside the house. She wasn't shouting, but her tone was sharp, an obvious sign of frustration. Curious, I went inside and found Bianca standing in the middle of our living room, arms crossed, talking to Mariana like she was a child being scolded. "I'm hosting Thanksgiving here this year," Bianca announced. "It just makes sense. Your house is bigger and everyone is already used to coming here." Mariana looked stunned. "Bianca, we're not hosting Thanksgiving this year. We're actually planning to go out of town." "That's ridiculous," Bianca snapped, waving her hand dismissively. "You can't just decide not to do Thanksgiving. What is everyone supposed to do?" Mariana opened her mouth to respond, but Bianca kept going. "Mom's house is too small and my apartment isn't set up for that many people. You have the space, it's not a big deal. You don't even have to do anything. I'll handle all the plans." That was when I stepped in. "Bianca," I said firmly, "we're not hosting Thanksgiving, period. We've already decided." She turned to me, narrowing her eyes. "Why are you being so selfish? Thanksgiving is about family. You're just going to leave everyone high and dry." "I'm not being selfish," I replied. "We've hosted for the last 2 years. It's someone else's turn." "Well, you should have told everyone sooner," she snapped. "Now it's too late. I've already started planning." I stared at her. "Planning for what? We didn't agree to this." She threw her hands in the air. "You're being impossible. I'll figure it out." And with that, she stormed out. I thought that was the end of it. Bianca would sulk for a while and then move on. I could have been more wrong. A few days later, Mariana's mom texted her, "Looking forward to Thanksgiving at your house. Bianca said you're hosting again this year." Mariana read the text out loud and I just laughed. "She's joking, right?" Mariana immediately called Bianca. "Why is Mom saying we're hosting Thanksgiving?" Mariana asked. "Oh, I went ahead and told everyone," Bianca said, as if she had done us a favor. "I knew you'd come around. Don't worry. I'll take care of the guest list and the menu." "Bianca, we're not hosting," Mariana said, her voice firm. "You can't back out now." Bianca shot back. "I've already told everyone. They're expecting it. You'll ruin Thanksgiving for the whole family if you cancel." Mariana started to argue, but Bianca hung up before she could finish. Over the next week, we started getting messages from other family members, all assuming we were hosting Thanksgiving. Bianca had apparently gone out of her way to make it seem like the whole thing was set in stone. By now, I was furious. Bianca had completely ignored us, gone behind our backs, and roped the entire family into her plan. Mariana was stressed, her parents were confused, and I was done playing nice. "I'm not letting her get away with this," I told Mariana. "What are we supposed to do?" she asked. "I have an idea," I said. Mariana looked at me skeptically. "What are you planning?" "Just trust me." I spent the next few weeks quietly putting my plan into motion. Bianca continued to organize her version of Thanksgiving at our house, sending out group messages about the menu and assigning dishes for people to bring. Mariana and I stayed quiet, neither confirming nor denying anything. Meanwhile, I booked us a 5-night stay at a beachfront resort in Florida starting the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. I also made sure to lock down our house, double-checking all the windows, setting the alarm system, and even asking a neighbor to keep an eye on the place while we were gone. On the Monday before Thanksgiving, Mariana's mom called to confirm what time she should arrive. "We're leaving town tomorrow," Mariana told her. "But Bianca said." "I know what Bianca said," Mariana interrupted. "We told her weeks ago we're not hosting. She just didn't listen." Mariana's mom wasn't thrilled, but she understood. Tuesday morning, we packed our bags, locked up the house, and left for the airport. By Wednesday evening, my phone started blowing up. First it was Bianca. "Where are you? The house is locked. People are coming tomorrow." Then Mariana's mom. Bianca's freaking out, what's going on? I ignored the messages and sipped my drink. By Thanksgiving morning, Bianca had gone into full meltdown mode. But for me and Mariana, the day started perfectly. We woke up to the sound of waves crashing against the shore, enjoyed breakfast on a sunny terrace overlooking the ocean, and made a pact not to check our phones until lunchtime. We were having the best Thanksgiving of our lives. The sun was shining over the golden sand, the ocean waves crashed gently against the shore, and the warm Florida breeze brought a refreshing relief as Mariana and I lounged under a thatched cabana, sipping ice-cold cocktails. After years of hosting chaotic family gatherings and dealing with the stress of ungrateful relatives, we were finally doing something just for ourselves. We were far from the drama, far from suffocating expectations, and most importantly, far from Bianca. At least that's what we thought. After a hearty breakfast at the hotel, we decided to spend the entire day at the beach. We took a kayak out and explored the crystal-clear waters, then lounged under the sun until we got sleepy. Later, while enjoying drinks at the beachfront bar, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I ignored it. Today was about relaxing, not worrying about whatever nonsense awaited us back home. But then it buzzed again, and again. I sighed, pulled out my phone, and saw a flood of messages from our neighbor, Samuel. Hey, is everything okay? Your house is a mess. There's a ton of people inside and the noise is insane. My stomach dropped. Mariana noticed my expression. What is it? Samuel says there are people in our house. Her eyes widened. What do you mean? I opened more messages. I think someone broke in. There's loud music, shouting, people coming and going. I even knocked on the door to ask. But some guy I don't know told me everything was fine and shut the door on me. I looked at Mariana. Bianca. She clutched her forehead. No way. How'd she even get in? I was sure we had locked everything. The alarm was activated. There was no way Bianca could just walk in. Unless I called Samuel. He picked up immediately. Man, your house is a disaster. I was about to call the cops, but I wanted to check with you first. Did you see how they got in? Not sure, but it looks like someone has a key. My blood boiled. Bianca had an old copy of our key from years ago, but we had changed the locks after renovations, which meant she must have gotten in another way. Samuel, can you check who's inside? Don't put yourself in danger. Just try to see if Bianca is there. Got it. Be right back. I stared at my phone, fuming. Mariana anxiously stirred her straw in her drink, waiting. Minutes later, Samuel sent me a picture. It was our living room, or what was left of it. People were sprawled on the couches, dirty plates stacked on the coffee table, beer bottles littering the floor, and right in the middle, holding a drink and laughing loudly, was Bianca. Mariana snatched the phone from my hand. I can't believe this. She broke into our house and threw a party. I felt my rage hit a level I didn't even know I had. I immediately called Bianca. She answered after a few rings. Oh, so now you call? She said, already sounding annoyed. Are you in my house? Ugh. Stop being so dramatic. You didn't want to host Thanksgiving, so I fixed the problem. Fixed the problem? You broke into my house, Bianca. How the hell did you get in? Oh, relax. Mom had an old key. Remember? I had the locks changed again. It was easy. Just called a locksmith. My heart nearly exploded. You changed the lock on my house? I told you it's not a big deal. You abandoned everyone on Thanksgiving. What was I supposed to do? Let the family have no dinner? It wasn't your problem. Oh, whatever. Everyone's having fun. You should be thanking me. I was shaking with fury. Get out. Now. Relax, we already cleaned up most of the mess. We'll leave by the end of the night. You won't be there in another minute. She laughed. Fine. Come and kick me out then. And she hung up. I was about to explode. We're going home, I said to Mariana. What? The trip? It's over. I'm not letting that lunatic destroy our house. We booked tickets for the next flight back to Chicago, and a few hours later we landed. We took a cab straight home, my heart pounding with rage and frustration. When we arrived, the scene was even worse than Samuel had described. The street was packed with cars, Beer cans were scattered all over our lawn, and the music was still blaring. I pushed the door, but it was locked. I rang the doorbell, pounding on the door. Bianca opened it, looking annoyed. "What's your problem?" "My problem is that you're in my house." I pushed past her and stepped inside. Mariana followed. The living room was a disaster. People I had never even seen before were laughing, drinking, treating our home like some kind of bar. "Everyone out," I yelled. People turned to stare at me. "Guys, just ignore him," Bianca said, rolling her eyes. "He's overreacting." Mariana glared at her sister with pure hatred. "You're unbelievable." I walked over to the speaker and yanked out the plug. The music cut off. I said, "Get out." This time, people started moving. "You can't do this," Bianca protested. "This is a family gathering. This is not your house. You broke in, changed my locks, stole my key. Do you have any idea how illegal this is?" She crossed her arms, looking uncomfortable now. "It's not like I stole anything." "Oh, really? You'll find out soon enough." I pulled out my phone and started dialing. "Who are you calling?" "Police." Panic flashed across her face. "You wouldn't. You broke into my house. That's a crime, Bianca." Guests started scrambling for the door, realizing this wasn't just some minor argument. "You're seriously calling the cops on me? I'm your sister-in-law. You're nothing to me after today." She went pale. Mariana crossed her arms. "You crossed the line. It's over." And that's when Bianca finally realized that her manipulation wasn't going to work this time. I didn't hesitate for a second. While Bianca stared at me in shock, still trying to process what was happening, my finger was already pressing the call button on my phone. "Yes, I'd like to report a home invasion." The color drained from Bianca's face. "You can't be serious," she whispered, taking a step back. The few guests who were still there froze. Those who had lingered in the house suddenly realized that this wasn't just a family argument. This was serious, and I wasn't backing down. "My name is Name, and the intruder is my sister-in-law, Bianca." She entered without permission, changed the locks without authorization, and hosted an illegal party in my home. As I spoke with the dispatcher, Bianca started shaking her head, laughing nervously. "You can't do this. It's Thanksgiving. I don't care what day it is. You broke into my house. Mom is going to kill you for this," she muttered, scanning the room, hoping someone would defend her. But no one did. Everyone looked uncomfortable. Some were already grabbing their coats and sneaking out before the cops arrived. "I warned you," I said, crossing my arms. Mariana stood beside me, her eyes filled with a quiet fury. She wasn't saying much, but I knew she was with me on this. When the sirens echoed down the street, Bianca finally realized she was in real trouble. "You can't do this. I'm family. You stopped being family the moment you decided to break into my house." She turned to Mariana, desperate. "Are you really going to let him do this?" Mariana took a deep breath. "You left us no choice." When the officers walked in, Bianca immediately started playing the victim. She put on a whole act about how this was just a misunderstanding and a family issue, not a crime. But the police weren't buying it. "Is the house under your name, sir?" one officer asked me. "Yes." "Does Miss Bianca have permission to be here?" "No." The officers turned to Bianca. "Ma'am, we're going to need you to come with us." That's when she lost it. "This is insane. They're the selfish ones. They abandoned everyone on Thanksgiving." The officers ignored her shouting and escorted her outside. Before getting into the police car, she shot me one last, furious look. "Mom and Dad are never going to forgive you for this. Good luck explaining to them why you spent Thanksgiving in jail." Silence fell over the house once the police car pulled away. I let out a deep breath. The house was still a disaster. Empty bottles everywhere, dishes piled up in the sink, trash scattered across the floor. But for the first time in years, I felt like I had finally broken free from Bianca's manipulation. The next morning, as expected, the phone calls started. The first was from Mariana's mom. "You had your own sister-in-law arrested?" "No. The police arrested her for breaking into my house." This was too far. It was just a Thanksgiving dinner. No, it was trespassing. She went silent for a moment before exploding again. Do you realize what you've done? She spent the night in jail. Maybe next time she'll think twice before breaking into someone's house. She let out a frustrated sigh. She was just trying to keep the family tradition alive. Mariana grabbed the phone. Whose tradition? Because it was never ours. Her mom didn't say anything. Then she hung up. But that was just the beginning. The messages and calls poured in from relatives, family friends. Everyone wanted to know why we had gone that far, and if we couldn't have handled it differently. Some were outright angry. Others tried to guilt trip us. Are you happy now? Bianca is devastated. No matter what she did, having her arrested was too much. You two have always been the selfish ones in the family. But the most surprising thing, despite all the outrage, no one had bailed her out. Bianca ended up spending 2 days in jail before she was released. 2 days was long enough for her to feel utterly humiliated. After that, she never reached out again. Over the next few months, things were tense with Mariana's family. She had some difficult conversations with her parents, but eventually, they let the issue go. Bianca, however, disappeared. No calls, no texts, nothing. When the next Thanksgiving rolled around, we made a decision. From now on, we would only invite the people who truly mattered. That year, we hosted a small, intimate dinner with just our closest family and friends. The table was full, but it wasn't overcrowded. There were no fights, no complaints about the turkey, no stress, just laughter, good food, and the kind of holiday we had always wanted. And Bianca? She spent Thanksgiving alone. I heard from a distant cousin that she had tried hosting something, but no one showed up. No one wanted to be involved in the Thanksgiving arrest scandal, as the family still called it. For the following years, we kept our new tradition. Every Thanksgiving, we had a cozy, peaceful dinner with the people who genuinely valued us. It was always a success. It always ended with warmth and happiness, and Bianca, year after year, we heard she spent the holiday by herself. No one wanted to risk another Thanksgiving in jail. Eventually, people stopped talking about her. And me? I never had to deal with guilt trips, manipulations, or being forced into stressful holiday gatherings again. At last, after everything, we had finally earned our freedom. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My husband was sneaking around with his girl best friend, and then she sent me a message saying she's pregnant with his child. The only problem in my marriage with my husband has always been his best friend, Mariana. When I found out that he was lying about working overtime to meet up with her, I was tempted to end everything. Of course, I thought they were having an affair, but I gave my husband the benefit of the doubt and decided to check their messages. Surprisingly, he didn't object to this, and when I looked through the messages, there was no sign of infidelity. The reason my husband was spending more time with Mariana recently was because the 5-year anniversary of her older sister's death was approaching. During this time, Mariana always became extremely depressed. This really calmed me down, and although I was hurt by the fact that my husband didn't tell me the truth about what he was doing, I could accept that he was just being a great friend. Some time passed and things were fine until my husband invited me to Mariana's mother's birthday party. I agreed and was actually quite excited because I wanted to make more female friends and have girls' nights out to relieve work stress. I figured I might meet some women there. I walked into the house with my husband, expecting a simple gathering, and then Mariana did something I had never seen her do before. In all the times that she, my husband, and I had met, she literally ran to him, happy, and immediately wrapped her whole body around his arm, dragging him off to the garden without even saying hello to me. My husband didn't even come back to get me or anything after being taken away, so I went to the kitchen to ask for a drink, where I was greeted by Mariana's mother. She is a lovely person. We had a pleasant conversation about our lives, and she made sure I felt welcome. The whole event was mostly uneventful until dinner. I sat down next to my husband, and Mariana came up to me and asked me to move. I asked why, since the only other available seat was next to her uncle and mother, and considering it was her mother's birthday, wouldn't she want to sit beside her? Mariana simply replied, "Because I want to sit next to him." I turned to my husband hoping for support, but he completely caught me off guard. He just nodded and told me to move, saying I was being childish and making a fuss over seating. At that moment, I felt my blood boiling because it was so obvious what Mariana was doing, and my husband was just going along with it. I stood up, trying to stay composed, and told my husband that I was feeling uncomfortable and needed to go to the bathroom. I asked where it was, and Mariana pointed me in the right direction. I left the table and started doing breathing exercises to calm myself down. Once I was in the bathroom, I messaged my brother explaining the situation. He told me I was being jealous and overreacting. Reluctantly, I agreed and went back to the table, choosing to sit next to Mariana's mother. The entire time, my husband and Mariana were laughing together as if everything he said was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. She kept rubbing his back, touching his arms, and commenting on how much stronger he had gotten, all while throwing smug glances in my direction. The final straw for me was when I put a piece of meat on my plate and she said, "Are you really going to eat all of that?" I froze in embarrassment while my husband and Mariana laughed at what they apparently thought was a joke. Her mother, visibly uncomfortable, stood up for me, saying the comment was inappropriate and that guests should be treated with respect, but Mariana completely ignored her. Mariana is very pretty, slim, and works out regularly, so hearing that from her stung deeply. I got up from my chair, walked out the front door, and called my dad. I told him I needed him to pick me up and that I would explain everything in the car. When I got in, I broke down and told him everything that had happened. He told me I might be overreacting, but the situation did sound odd, and I was welcome to stay at his place for the time being. I thanked him and went back to our house. While I was trying to settle down, my phone was flooded with messages from my husband and Mariana. Reading them only made things worse. My husband accused me of ruining the dinner and said he was staying at her house for the night. Mariana's messages claimed that I had spoiled her evening with my victim behavior. I looked at the term and it only fueled my anger because I realized she was the very definition of someone who constantly seeks attention and validation. My husband came home around 5 p.m. from Mariana's, and I immediately told him that leaving his wife to stay at another woman's house was disgusting. He started shouting, saying I was overreacting again and that I needed therapy to deal with my jealousy issues. For about a month, my husband became more distant and cold, and I could feel that our argument had driven a wedge into our marriage. Things were clearly going downhill, and although we weren't having outright arguments, the tension in the house was palpable. We barely spoke, there was no intimacy between us, and I had to endure him running off to Mariana's house about once a week. I bit my tongue and held out hope, convincing myself this was just a phase in our marriage and that there would eventually be a light at the end of the tunnel. That hope shattered when I received a message from Mariana with a positive pregnancy test and a threat saying we should get divorced because the baby was my husband's. I completely froze, utterly clueless about how to react. That evening, my husband came home around 6 p.m., threw his keys on the counter, and went upstairs without saying a word to me. I thought this was extremely rude, so I followed him upstairs, telling him we needed to talk. He dismissed me, saying he was tired and needed to sleep, which only fueled my anger because I was being serious. By this point, I was on the verge of tears, feeling entirely neglected, but I managed to hold them back for the moment. Halfway up the stairs, I told him I knew about him and Mariana. I expected him to look shocked like a deer caught in headlights, but to my surprise, he looked at me confused. I explained my side, showed him the text and what it all seemed like. To my astonishment, he laughed in my face. That laugh filled me with so much rage. I had had enough of being walked all over. I shoved past him into our bedroom, grabbed a suitcase from under the bed, and started packing his things for him. He began shouting horrible things at me, but I barely heard any of it because I was crying uncontrollably, shoving every piece of his clothing into the suitcase as fast as I could. When I finished shoving the last pieces of his clothes into the suitcase, my heart was on fire. Not with love, but with pure indignation. He kept shouting behind me, hurling insults and accusations that I barely registered because the sound of my own sobs drowned him out. I yanked the zipper shut, turned to him and pointed to the door. "Get out now." My voice trembled, but the message was crystal clear. He stared at me, incredulous, and for a moment I thought he'd comply, but instead he let out a bitter laugh and crossed his arms. Do you really think you're going to kick me out that easily? This house is as much mine as it is yours. You can't just get rid of me, he said with an arrogance that only fueled my anger further. I took a deep breath, trying to hold on to what little composure I had left. I didn't want to fight anymore. I didn't want to hear any more excuses. I just wanted him gone. I don't want to argue. You know what you did. You know how much you've hurt me. And all I want now is for you to leave. Go to Mariana's. She seems more than happy to take you in, I said, trying to keep my tone firm even though my insides were shaking. He looked at me with that smug grin of his that made me want to throw the suitcase at his face. Mariana? You think this is her fault? Maybe if you weren't so insecure and paranoid, things would have been fine between us, he said, and his words cut deeper than I expected. Felt like he'd slapped me with an invisible hand. Not only was he minimizing everything he'd done, but he was also blaming me for his selfish, disgusting choices. The rage surged again like an unstoppable wave. Insecure? Paranoid? You lie, you spend nights at another woman's house, and I get a message from her saying she's pregnant with your child, and I'm the paranoid one. My voice rose, raw with emotion. Don't you dare blame me for your selfish, despicable behavior. He didn't respond, but his smirk faded. I pointed to the door again. If you don't leave right now, I'll call my dad and the police, and I'm not joking. That seemed to rattle him. He grabbed the suitcase with a sharp movement, but before he stepped out, he stopped at the door and said something I'll never forget. You're going to regret this, kicking me out. I won't forget it. The threat lingered in the air as he slammed the door behind him. I collapsed to the floor, crying, a mix of relief and despair flooding me. As much as I wanted to believe it was over, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The days that followed were a whirlwind of emotions and uncertainty. My dad insisted that I stay with him for a while, but I decided to stay in my house. It was my space, my life, and I wasn't going to let him take that from me. Still, I couldn't sleep at night. Every creak of the house made me think he might come back, furious, demanding to get in. A week later, I received a message from Mariana. My heart pounded before I even opened it. I didn't want to read it, but curiosity got the better of me. The message read, I hope you're happy now. He's with me where he's always belonged. Enjoy your loneliness. The rage returned with full force, but this time it was accompanied by something darker. The determination not to let them win. I blocked her number without replying and started thinking about everything I needed to do to protect myself. I contacted a lawyer and started the divorce process, knowing full well that he'd likely make it as difficult as possible. A few days later, I received a notification that he had filed to contest the division of assets. He wanted half of the house, claiming he had contributed financially. That was the last straw. The man who had betrayed, humiliated, and destroyed my trust now wanted to take what little I had left. I decided to fight. I hired the best lawyer I could afford and began gathering every piece of evidence I had against him. Messages, photos, witnesses, everything. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I was determined to get through this with my dignity intact, even if it meant exposing all his dirt in court. Meanwhile, things got stranger. Mutual friends started messaging me, saying he was spreading rumors about me, trying to paint me as the villain. He claimed I was controlling, that I wouldn't let him be happy, and that the divorce was all my fault. The public humiliation was almost unbearable, but I refused to respond. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing me stoop to his level. At the first divorce hearing, he showed up hand in hand with Mariana, parading her like a trophy. My stomach churned, but I kept my composure throughout the session. He and his lawyer tried to discredit me, but mine was prepared. We started presenting the evidence we'd gathered, and little by little, his smug grin faded. Still, the battle was far from over. As we left the courtroom, he gave me a look that sent a chill down my spine. This isn't over. You'll pay for all of this, he muttered before walking away with Mariana. The sense of danger lingered in the air. I knew he still had tricks up his sleeve and wasn't going to back down easily. But one thing was certain. Neither would I. After months of legal battles, The divorce was finally finalized. I managed to secure half of the assets, including the house, which was my main priority. It was a bitter victory, but a victory nonetheless. My ex-husband and Mariana didn't make it easy, dragging out the process and trying to humiliate me at every turn. When I signed the final papers, I swore that chapter of my life was closed. I wanted to move on and never look back. During the divorce, Mariana continued flaunting her pregnancy as if it were a trophy, showing up to hearings with her growing belly. My ex seemed proud, as if he was embarking on a new phase of his life. Every time he looked at me, it was as if he wanted to provoke me, but I kept my head high. It was hard, but knowing I was free from that toxic relationship helped me move forward. A few months later, I heard through mutual friends that Mariana had given birth to a baby boy. My ex was ecstatic, posting pictures on social media as if his life was perfect. I'll admit, seeing it still stung, not because I wanted him back, but because the public humiliation I'd endured was still a fresh wound. Still, I did my best to ignore it. That was no longer my life. What I didn't expect was that, over time, their perfect life would start to crumble. One day, while leaving a local grocery store, I ran into an old friend who still kept in touch with people from our old social circle. She looked hesitant but finally said, "Did you hear what happened between your ex and Mariana?" I shook my head, curious but cautious. I didn't want details, but something in her tone piqued my interest. "They're fighting a lot. Apparently, he found messages between her and another guy, pretty explicit stuff," she said in a hushed voice, as if afraid someone might overhear. "And there are rumors that the baby might not even be his." My mind raced. Messages, infidelity, the possibility that the baby wasn't his. It all seemed so surreal. I didn't know what to think. I quickly said goodbye and went home, trying to push the conversation out of my head. After all, their chaos was no longer my problem, or so I thought. A few weeks later, I got an unexpected message from my ex. He wanted to meet to talk. My first instinct was to ignore it, but something told me there was more to it. I agreed to meet him at a public cafe where he showed up visibly shaken. His eyes were sunken and he looked like he'd aged years since I last saw him. "Mariana cheated on me," he started bluntly, staring down at his coffee. "I found messages between her and another guy while she was pregnant." I stayed silent, letting him continue. He seemed like he needed to get it off his chest. I confronted her, asked if the baby was mine, and you know what she said? He let out a bitter, almost desperate laugh. She said no, that the baby belongs to the other guy. I was stunned. Even though I'd cut all emotional ties with him, I never thought Mariana would do something like this. They had destroyed my marriage to be together, and now she was stabbing him in the back. "So what are you going to do?" I asked, keeping my tone neutral. He shook his head, exhaling deeply. "I don't know. I did a paternity test and she was right, the baby isn't mine. But now she's filed a lawsuit. She's asking for socio-emotional child support." My eyes widened in shock. "What? She wants child support from you for a baby that isn't even yours?" "Exactly. Her lawyer says that since I took on the role of father for the first few months, I have an emotional responsibility to the child." It was so absurd I almost laughed, but the devastated look on his face stopped me. Months passed and the case went to court. Mariana, ever the manipulator, presented evidence that my ex had been a father figure during the baby's early months, even if it was for a short time. She argued that he had created a bond with the child and therefore had a financial obligation. To my complete disbelief, the judge agreed and ruled that he had to pay monthly support. The news spread quickly. My ex was devastated, and Mariana carried on with her life as if nothing had happened, seemingly without remorse. Even though I had no connection to him anymore, I couldn't help but feel a mix of shock and a small amount of ironic satisfaction. He had destroyed our marriage to be with her, and now he was trapped in an even more humiliating and unjust situation. Deep down, I knew this wasn't the end of the story. Mariana wasn't the kind of person to pass up an opportunity to manipulate, and my ex, despite everything, still seemed vulnerable to her schemes. As for me, I just wanted to stay as far away from their chaos as possible. But a part of me couldn't help but watch from a distance, waiting to see how it would all unfold. After all, what would Mariana do next? And more importantly, what would he do when he finally realized that his choices had led him down a path of no return? Honestly, that wasn't my problem anymore. He and Mariana had made their choices, destroyed my marriage, and humiliated me publicly to live their so-called perfect life, which was now falling apart. He was paying the price for the decisions he made, and frankly, I couldn't feel sorry for him. Every step he took seemed to drag him further into the hole he had dug for himself. As he finished venting about the court's decision and his anger with Mariana, I just looked at him unmoved. The tears in his eyes, the defeated tone of his voice, none of it stirred anything in me. It felt like watching a soap opera with an ending I already knew. When he finally paused, expecting some kind of sympathy or response from me, I took a deep breath and decided to be honest. You know, I could pretend to feel bad for you, but the truth is you're getting exactly what you deserve. He looked up at me, shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. When you decided to cheat on me, lie to me, and leave me for Mariana, you knew exactly what you were doing. You destroyed our marriage for someone who clearly never had any morals. And now you're surprised she's done the same to you? Sorry, but I don't feel bad for you. He tried to interrupt, but I raised my hand to stop him. And before you say I'm being cold or vindictive, let me make something very clear. I've moved on. The mess you're in now doesn't affect me anymore, and frankly, if I have anything to say about it, it never will. I stood up, adjusted my bag on my shoulder, and gave him one last look. You got what you deserved, and you know what? I hope this is a lesson for you. Not for my sake, but for yours. Because if you keep going like this won't be the last time your life turns into a disaster. I walked out of the cafe without looking back. Every step I took made me feel lighter, as if I was finally shedding the last remnants of the weight of that relationship. The past was where it belonged, in the past. At that moment, I decided that from now on, my life would be mine alone. There would be no room for chaos or for the consequences of other people's bad decisions. I was finally ready to write my own ending, far away from betrayal, manipulation, and regret. As for him and Mariana, well, they could keep living in the mess they created. It wasn't my problem anymore. Now on to the next story. Story 5. I was 32 years old when I realized just how disposable I was to my own family. My name's Henry, and for as long as I can remember, I've been the responsible one. The one who organizes holidays, makes sure birthdays don't get forgotten, and tries to hold everyone together. It's almost embarrassing how much effort I put into making Christmas perfect every year. Because this year I went all out. I hosted Christmas dinner at my house for the first time ever. I spent weeks planning the menu, cleaning, decorating, even buying everyone personalized little gifts to put on their plates. It wasn't cheap, but I didn't care. I wanted to do something special, something that would finally make me feel like part of the family again after a rough year. But Christmas came and went, and my house stayed empty. Not one call, not one text. No, sorry, we can't make it. Not even a lazy group chat emoji to acknowledge the invite. I remember standing in my kitchen that night, still wearing my nice shirt, staring at the roasted turkey that no one was going to eat. The house smelled incredible: garlic, butter, rosemary, but it was quiet, way too quiet. I poured myself a glass of wine and tried not to cry. I didn't even know if I was angry or just hurt. Probably both. The silence continued for days. My parents posted on Facebook about how wonderful their Christmas was with the whole family. And by that, they meant my brother and his fiancée. I scrolled through their photos and saw them all smiling around a table at his house. Matching pajamas, matching mugs, matching smiles. I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. A week later, I finally got a message from my dad. For one second, I thought maybe he was reaching out to apologize or at least explain, but nope. The message just said, "Your brother's wedding is $3,000 per guest. Pay up." I actually laughed out loud when I read it. I stared at my phone, waiting for the just kidding follow-up that never came. $3,000 to attend a wedding I hadn't even been invited to in person. My brother hadn't even called me, just sent word through our dad like I was some distant cousin they barely knew. So, I did the only thing I could think of. I sent $1 with a note that said, "Enjoy." It wasn't about the money. It was about the principle. I wasn't going to bankroll the same people who couldn't even bother to show up to my table for one night out of the year. And then, as I sat there fuming, I realized just how much of my life was tied to my family's convenience. The streaming accounts, the gym membership, the Costco card, all of them in my name. And I was paying for every single one. I'd been the one covering those bills for years because it's just easier that way. That night, I sat down at my laptop and started making calls, canceling accounts one by one. It was almost therapeutic. Netflix gone, Hulu gone, Costco membership revoked, even the family cell plan. I ported my number out and left them to deal with the rest. By the time I was done, I felt lighter. 3 days later, I found out just how much they noticed. I was making coffee one morning when I heard shouting outside. At first, I thought my neighbors were fighting. Then I recognized the voice. My mom was standing on my front lawn in her pajamas, hair sticking out in every direction, yelling my name like the whole neighborhood needed to know how furious she was. I didn't even open the door. I just stood there by the window, coffee mug in hand, watching her stomp around in the frost. And that's when I realized this was just the beginning. The morning after Mom's lawn performance, I woke up to my phone buzzing nonstop. 57 missed calls, 17 new voicemails, a family group chat that suddenly remembered I existed. Every single message was some variation of, "How could you do this?" Or, "Do you know how much trouble you've caused?" My brother even chimed in with a gem that read, "Grow up, Henry. You're ruining things for everyone." I stared at the screen for a long time before turning it face down and walking away. I didn't owe them an explanation, but that didn't stop the guilt from creeping in like a draft through a cracked window. Part of me wanted to text back to say, "Do you know what it felt like sitting in that empty house?" But I didn't. I was tired of explaining myself. That night, I got a knock on the door. It was Dad. He didn't even wait for me to invite him in, just walked past me like it was still his house. He sat down at my kitchen table, glanced at the takeout box I was eating from, and made a face like I just committed a crime against food. "Your mother is beside herself," he started, like I'd set the house on fire. "You've embarrassed this family. You know your brother's wedding is important." I didn't say anything. I just chewed my food slowly because I knew if I opened my mouth too soon, I'd explode. He kept going. "It's not just about you. Your nieces were trying to watch their cartoons and suddenly the account didn't work. Do you know how humiliating that is? They were crying." I almost laughed. "They were crying over Netflix." "Don't be sarcastic, Henry." His tone snapped like a whip. "You're punishing everyone over a misunderstanding." I finally put my fork down. "A misunderstanding? Dad, you all ghosted me on Christmas. Do you know what that felt like? I sat in this house alone while you were over at Mark's drinking eggnog and singing carols. Not a single text, not a single call. And you want me to spend $3,000 so I can sit at his wedding like nothing happened." He sighed, rubbing his temples like I was the unreasonable one. "You're making too big a deal out of this. Your brother has a lot going on. We didn't think it would matter where we spent Christmas. You're an adult. You'll be fine." There it was. The line I'd heard my entire life. Whenever my feelings got trampled, "You'll be fine." Translation, what you feel doesn't matter. Dad stayed another hour, alternating between guilt-tripping me, "Your mother cried all night," and offering fake solutions. "Maybe we can knock a little off the wedding cost if you apologize." I just sat there nodding when appropriate, not giving him anything. When he finally left, I felt drained. I stood in the doorway watching him get into his car, and I swear he looked disappointed. Not in himself, but in me, like I'd failed some unspoken family obligation. Over the next week, the pressure campaign intensified. Mom started calling my work phone when I didn't answer my cell. My aunt left me a voicemail that started with, "Sweetie, I love you," but, which is never a good sign. And then came the text from my brother. "You always do this. You make everything about you. It's not that hard to be supportive. We're only getting married once." I typed out several drafts before deleting them. I wanted to say, "You only get married once, but I only get one family." and you all made it clear where I rank on your priority list. But I knew it wouldn't matter. He'd just tell Mom I was being dramatic, and she'd add it to her arsenal of Henry is difficult anecdotes. Then came the cherry on top. My parents actually showed up together this time, unannounced, and brought my brother with them. I was sitting on the couch watching TV when I heard knocking so loud it shook the door frame. I opened it to find all three of them standing there looking like they were about to stage an intervention. "Henry, we need to talk," Mom said, stepping inside before I could even respond. They didn't sit this time. They stood there in my living room like a firing squad. "You've embarrassed us," Mom said flatly. "Your brother's fiancé's parents are asking why you're refusing to contribute. Do you know how that makes us look?" I just stared at her. "Do you know how it made me feel to be left out of Christmas?" Mom waved a hand like she was swatting away a fly. "We already told you that wasn't personal. We were closer to Mark's place that day and it was easier with the kids." "It wasn't easier for me," I shot back. "I spent hours cooking for nothing. You could have told me. You could have done anything except ignore me." My brother groaned like I was being ridiculous. "This is exactly what I mean, Henry. You always make things about your feelings. This is bigger than you. This is about family. You don't just pull the plug on everything because your ego got bruised." My chest tightened. Ego. That was the word they always threw at me when I dared to ask for basic respect. I didn't yell. I didn't even raise my voice. I just said, "Get out." Mom's eyes widened like I'd slapped her. "Excuse me?" "You heard me," I said calmly. "Get out of my house." They stood there for a second, stunned, before Mom hissed, "You're going to regret this." When they finally left, I locked the door and sat on the couch shaking. My hands were trembling, not because I was scared, but because I was furious. That night, I got an email from the wedding planner. Someone had given her my address. It was an invoice for my share of the wedding costs, marked past due in bright red letters. I stared at it for a long time before closing the laptop and walking away. My family had officially crossed the line from passive-aggressive to just plain aggressive. And for the first time, I realized I wasn't just hurt anymore. I was done. But that was only the start of things because the next thing they did took everything to a whole new level. A few days after that confrontation in my living room, I thought maybe things would settle down. The calls stopped. The texts slowed. For a brief moment, I let myself believe that maybe they'd finally gotten the message and decided to leave me alone. But quiet in my family never means peace. Quiet means plotting. It was a Thursday evening when I got the email from my bank. The subject line made my stomach drop. Suspicious activity alert. I clicked it open and froze. There had been multiple attempts to log into my online banking account, all from devices that weren't mine. I changed my password, set up extra security, and tried to shake off the paranoia that crept in. The next morning, I found out why I had been right to be paranoid. I woke up to a flurry of notifications. My checking account was nearly empty. At first, I thought it had to be some kind of mistake. I called the bank, heart racing. And after what felt like an eternity on hold, a representative confirmed what I already feared. The withdrawals were authorized. "How?" I asked, pacing the kitchen. "Sir, it looks like someone used a check linked to your account. The signature matches the one we have on file," the rep explained gently, as though that would make me feel better. I felt dizzy. I hadn't written a check in months. Then it hit me. There was only one person who had ever had access to my old checkbook. My parents. Years ago, when I first got the account, Mom had insisted she hold on to a few checks for emergencies. I hadn't thought about it since. I asked the bank to send me copies of the cash checks. When they arrived later that afternoon, my hands shook as I opened the envelope. There it was, in black ink, my own name on the signature line, forged in a handwriting that looked enough like mine to pass at a glance. The checks were made out to my brother, one for $1,500, another for $2,000. The memo line on the second one said simply, "Wedding Fund." I sat at my kitchen table staring at the papers until my vision blurred. My phone buzzed. It was a text from my mom. "Your contribution has been taken care of. No need to worry about the wedding anymore. You're welcome." I swear my hands went cold. My heart wasn't even pounding. It was like it stopped altogether. I stared at that message for a long time, my mind spinning. They hadn't just taken my money. They'd taken my choice. I called Mom immediately. She answered on the second ring, her tone light and breezy like nothing had happened. "Hi, sweetheart. Are you calling to say thank you?" "Mom," I said slowly, trying to keep my voice level. "Did you cash my checks?" There was a pause just long enough for me to know the answer. "You weren't going to do the right thing," she said finally. "We couldn't let you embarrass us like that. It's your brother's wedding, Henry. This is what family does." "No," I said, my voice shaking now. "Family asks. Family doesn't steal." "Don't be so dramatic," she snapped. "You're acting like we robbed you. You have plenty of money, Henry. You'll make more. Your brother only gets married once." Something in me snapped. "You forged my signature. You always overreact," she said with a sigh, like she was scolding a child. "We did what we had to do." I hung up before I said something I couldn't take back. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped the phone. The rest of that day was a blur. I couldn't focus on work. Couldn't eat. Every time I looked at those checks, my chest tightened. It wasn't about the money. It was about the absolute violation of trust. That evening, as if to twist the knife deeper, my brother posted on social media about the generous contribution from my amazing family and tagged me in the post. The caption read, "Wouldn't have been possible without you, bro," with a little heart emoji. I saw red. My phone rang again. This time it was Dad. "Henry, you need to stop making a fuss. The money's gone. It's done. Don't ruin this for everyone else." "Ruin this?" I said, laughing bitterly. "You already ruined it. You broke into my account, forged my name, and now you're acting like I'm the problem." Dad's tone hardened. "You're not the victim here. Your brother is under a lot of stress. We had to step in. One day, you'll thank us for keeping this family together." I hung up again. That night I couldn't sleep. I just lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, thinking about every time in my life they'd dismissed me. Every time they'd chosen my brother's needs over mine. The birthday they forgot because of his soccer tournament. The time I got into a car accident and they left me at the hospital to go to his college game. The years I paid for the family cell plan because you make more money, it's only fair. This wasn't a one-time betrayal. This was a pattern. And as I lay there, something shifted inside me. I felt the anger settle into something colder, sharper, a decision. The next morning, I went to the bank and started the process of filing a fraud report. The teller looked sympathetic as she explained it might take some time to investigate. I didn't care. I wasn't going to let this go quietly. When I got home, I found another message waiting for me. This time from my mom. Furious now. "How dare you involve the bank?" she wrote. "Do you know what you're doing to your brother? You're going to ruin his credit before the wedding." I didn't reply, but in that moment, as I sat there in my quiet kitchen, I knew something with absolute clarity. This was war now, and I wasn't going to be the one who blinked first. The days following the fraud report were some of the longest of my life. If part 3 had been the moment where something inside me snapped, part 4 was the quiet, aching aftermath. The part where you sit in the wreckage and realize just how alone you are. The calls didn't stop, but the tone shifted. Where before there had been guilt-tripping and pleading, now there was anger. My voicemail was full of relatives telling me I'd gone too far. My aunt left a long message saying I'd publicly humiliated the family by dragging the bank into this. My cousin, who I hadn't spoken to in months, texted me to say, "Bro, you're making this worse than it has to be. Just drop it and move on." Even my grandmother, who had always been the one person in my corner, called me one evening and sighed into the phone. "Henry, sweetheart," she said gently, "I know you're upset, but this is going to tear the family apart. Is it really worth it?" I didn't know how to answer her. Was it worth it? I didn't feel like I was the one tearing the family apart. They had done that the moment they chose to betray me. But I also knew she couldn't see it that way. To her, I was the one making noise, the one forcing everyone to pick a side. I found myself withdrawing. I stopped answering the phone. I stayed late at work just so I wouldn't have to come home to an empty house that smelled faintly of rosemary and lemon from that wasted Christmas dinner. The sight of my dining table still made my stomach twist. The half-burnt candle in the middle of it mocked me every time I passed by. One night, I came home to find an envelope taped to my front door. It was from my parents. Inside was a letter, handwritten in my mom's looping script, that managed to be both apologetic and condescending at the same time. Henry, it began, "We love you, but this behavior is hurting everyone. You need to grow up and stop making such a spectacle. Your brother is under tremendous stress right now, and you are adding to it. Think of the children. They don't understand why they can't watch their shows or why everyone is upset with Uncle Henry. Please, for the sake of the family, drop this. We can talk about Christmas later. Love, Mom." I read the letter 3 times, each time feeling my jaw tighten a little more. The way she wrote, "We can talk about Christmas later," as if it were some minor scheduling conflict and not the very thing that had started this entire chain reaction, nearly made me rip the letter in half. Instead, I folded it carefully and put it back in the envelope. I wasn't sure why I kept it. Maybe because I knew I'd need the reminder later. The worst part was how quiet the house had gotten. Before all this, I used to love my little routines. Cooking dinner, watching a show, texting a friend. Now everything felt heavy. Even music sounded wrong. I'd put on a playlist and then turn it off halfway through because it felt like noise. At work, my coworkers started asking if I was okay. I brushed them off, saying I was just tired, but the truth was I wasn't sleeping. I'd lie awake at night staring at the ceiling, replaying every word my parents had said in my living room. Every time they'd made me feel small over the years. It wasn't just this incident. It was years of being the dependable one, the one who could handle it, the one who always gave more than he got back. And somewhere in those sleepless nights, the anger started to harden into something else, something colder. One Friday, I took a half day from work and went to the bank in person. I sat with a manager and went over every account I had, making sure there were no other checks floating out there, no hidden links my family could exploit. I moved my savings into a new account they didn't know existed and set up extra verification on everything I could. The manager, a kind older man with glasses, looked at me over the desk and said quietly, "I've seen this before. Family disputes can get ugly. You're doing the right thing protecting yourself." That was the first time someone outside the situation had validated what I was feeling, and it hit me harder than I expected. I left the bank feeling like I could breathe for the first time in days. Over the weekend, I started making a list. At first, it was just practical things, what accounts were still in my name, what bills I was paying that benefited my family. But as I kept writing, the list turned into something more. I wrote down every slight, every moment where I'd been overlooked, every time my parents had chosen my brother's needs over mine. By Sunday night, I had pages of notes. Looking at them all together was like staring at a map of my entire life. A map that showed exactly how many times I'd been pushed to the side, expected to sacrifice, told I was fine when I wasn't. I didn't know what I was going to do with that list yet, but just writing it made me feel less powerless. Monday morning, I woke up before my alarm and sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee. For the first time in weeks, I felt calm. Not happy, not exactly, but steady. That was the day I stopped hoping for an apology. And that was the day I quietly started to plan. It wasn't revenge yet, not exactly. At first, it was just practical, protective measures. I met with HR at work to update my emergency contacts. I changed the locks on my house. I updated my will, something I'd been putting off for years. But underneath those practical steps, something sharper was forming. Because as much as I was protecting myself, a part of me was starting to imagine what it would feel like to turn the tables. To stop being the person they could depend on, to make them feel what it was like to be left out, left behind, left in the dark. I wasn't ready to act on it yet, but the thought was there now, and it wasn't going away. Then, just when I thought things couldn't get any lower, I got an invitation in the mail. A formal, embossed wedding invitation with my name on it. Under guest contribution, it listed the $3,000 they had taken from me, marked as paid. And just below that, in neat cursive, my brother had written a personal note. Glad you came through for the family. See you there. I put the invitation down on the counter and walked out of the room. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. I just sat in silence, letting the anger settle deeper until it felt like stone. Because now I knew exactly what needed to be done. In the weeks after that wedding invitation, something in me shifted. I stopped reacting to every message, every phone call, every guilt trip. It wasn't that I forgave them. Far from it, but I decided I wouldn't let their chaos control my day anymore. For the first time in my life, I started living like they didn't exist. It was almost unnerving how quickly things started to feel lighter once I made that decision. I threw myself into work, taking on projects I'd been too distracted to commit to before. My boss noticed. 2 weeks later, I was called into his office and offered a promotion, a real one, not just a title change. It came with a raise big enough that the money they had stolen from me now looked like a rounding error. I went home that night, poured myself a drink, and sat at the kitchen table staring at the offer letter. I thought about how my dad had called me selfish for not funding the wedding, how my mom had said I was making a spectacle. And then I thought about this, me sitting in my own house with my own career, earning my own success that no one could take away. It was the first time in a long time that I felt proud of myself. With the raise came new possibilities. I paid off the last of my student loans and then started putting money into a separate account, a private one that no one in my family knew about. Every paycheck, a chunk went in there. Not for them, not for emergencies, not for some hypothetical future Christmas dinner. Just for me. I started taking better care of myself, too. It was almost embarrassing how quickly I realized I'd been neglecting my own needs. I signed up for a gym membership, one with a rock climbing wall, which I'd always wanted to try but never had the time for. I found a trainer who didn't make me feel judged for being out of shape. After a few weeks, I started sleeping better. Friends I hadn't seen in months started inviting me out again, and this time I said yes. I went to trivia nights, weekend hikes, even a pottery class that a coworker convinced me to try. For the first time in years, my calendar was filled with things I actually looked forward to. I didn't post any of this online. I didn't brag about it to anyone. But quietly, my life was getting bigger and theirs was shrinking, at least where I was concerned. One day at work, we had a team lunch to celebrate closing a big deal. I was laughing with my coworkers when I saw my mom's name flash across my phone screen. Normally, that would have ruined my entire mood, but this time, I just let it ring. When the voicemail came through, I didn't even listen to it right away. Later, I played it back while cooking dinner. Mom's voice was tight, almost desperate. "Henry, this has gone on long enough. You can't just ignore us forever. Your brother's fiancé's parents are asking questions. People are starting to wonder what's wrong with you." I smiled to myself, stirring the pan. For once, the shame she was trying to dump on me didn't stick. By spring, the fraud investigation had made progress. The bank sent me a letter saying they had confirmed the checks were indeed unauthorized. There would be a formal report filed, and while it would take time to recover the funds, the process was moving in my favor. That letter felt like more than just a financial win. It felt like someone, somewhere, had finally said, "Yes, Henry, what happened to you was wrong." It gave me the push I didn't know I needed. I hired a financial advisor. Together, we went through every account, every asset, every piece of paperwork tied to my name. Anything my parents had access to, even passively, I moved or closed. I opened a P.O. box so they couldn't just drop letters at my door anymore. When I was done, I realized something. For the first time in my adult life, there was nothing they could use to reach me unless I wanted to be reached. That was power. And it wasn't just financial power. I noticed it in the way I carried myself at work, too. I spoke up more in meetings, started mentoring junior employees, even volunteered to lead a new initiative that no one else wanted to touch. By summer, I was the one people went to for answers. My boss asked me to represent the company at a conference out of state. All expenses paid. The day I flew out, I got a text from my brother saying, "Hope you're ready for the wedding speech." I stared at it for a long time before turning off my phone and boarding the plane. The conference was one of the best weeks of my life. I met people from all over the industry, made connections, and came home with opportunities that were bigger than anything I'd imagined for myself a year ago. Meanwhile, I heard through a cousin that my family was getting more and more frustrated. Apparently, they'd been telling everyone that Henry is being difficult and Henry is acting out. But the less I engaged, the less power those words seemed to have. People started to notice that my version of events made more sense. A few even reached out privately to say they supported me, though they couldn't get involved. It didn't matter. I wasn't looking for allies anymore. I wasn't looking for apologies. I was building something much more valuable. Independence. One night, sitting on my back porch with a glass of whiskey, I thought about that Christmas turkey, cold and untouched in my kitchen months ago. I thought about the forged checks, the letter taped to my door, the look on my mother's face when I told them to leave my house. And for the first time, the thought of revenge didn't just feel satisfying. It felt inevitable. I didn't know exactly what shape it would take yet, but I knew this much. I wasn't going to just walk back into their lives like nothing had happened. When I made my move, it was going to be deliberate, calm, and impossible to ignore. And as the wedding date drew closer, I could feel the plan forming piece by piece. By the time summer was fading into fall, I had reached a point where I wasn't just surviving without my family. I was thriving. The wedding was now only a few months away. But for once, I wasn't dreading the date. If anything, I felt a strange anticipation. I knew I wasn't going to just show up, smile for the pictures, and pretend everything was fine. But if I was going to make a statement, I needed information. And that's when I got it accidentally. One Thursday, I ran into my cousin Laura at the grocery store. She looked surprised to see me, which made sense. Most of my family had been acting like I'd gone into hiding. After some small talk, she leaned in and whispered, "I probably shouldn't tell you this, but your brother's wedding is a financial mess." That caught my attention immediately. Apparently, the $3,000 per guest fee wasn't just about covering the fancy venue. My brother and his fiancée had booked an over-the-top destination wedding at a vineyard and had overextended themselves so badly that they were barely making the payment schedule. They were counting on every guest contributing. Not just me, but everyone, to make the numbers work. If people backed out, they could lose the deposit. Laura said they already had to cut the open bar for the rehearsal dinner because they were over budget. I thanked her and left with my groceries, but my mind was racing. This wasn't just about them wanting me to do the right thing. They needed me. Without my contribution, they'd be underwater. And now that I had filed the fraud report, they were stuck using money they'd taken illegally. For the first time since this whole nightmare started, I had leverage. That night, I sat at my kitchen table with a notebook and started writing. This wasn't like the list I made back when I was angry and hurting. This was surgical. I wrote down everything I knew. The timeline of the wedding payments, what my cousin had told me about the budget, every voicemail and text where my parents or brother had pressured me to pay. I had a paper trail now, enough to show anyone who asked that I wasn't just being difficult. I was responding to outright theft. Then I started thinking about my appearance at the wedding. If I went at all, I wasn't going to just quietly sit in the corner. If I declined, I wasn't going to just say I was busy. Whatever I chose, it was going to make a point. Over the next few weeks, opportunities kept falling into my lap. The fraud investigation wrapped up officially in my favor. The bank reimbursed me for the stolen money and flagged my parents' access for fraud. They would now have a very hard time opening any joint accounts or using my information for anything. Around the same time, work gave me a significant end-of-year bonus for the project I'd led over the summer. Between the promotion, the bonus, and the money reimbursed by the bank, I was now in the best financial position I'd ever been. I even upgraded my car. Not to flaunt, but to remind myself that I had built this life for me, with no one's help. But perhaps the biggest turning point came when I met with a lawyer. At first, I just wanted to make sure there was nothing more my parents could access financially. But the conversation quickly turned strategic. "This is more than just a family spat," my lawyer said, flipping through the documents I brought. "They forged checks, they coerced you, and now they're harassing you. If they try anything else, we can take action legally and financially." Hearing a professional confirm what I already knew, that this wasn't just drama, this was wrongdoing, felt like flipping a switch. I left that office with a plan forming so clearly in my head I could almost see it. Meanwhile, the wedding group chat, yes, they had one. Yes, they added me to it without asking, was full of updates. They were still talking about finalizing contributions and making sure everyone was on the same page. Each message was a reminder of just how transactional this whole thing had become. One day, the wedding planner accidentally replied all to an email thread I was CC'd on, attaching the full spreadsheet of guests, payment statuses, and notes. I don't think she meant for me to see it, but I read every line there. It was in black and white. My name with a note next to it that said, "Paid via Henry's parents." Under the comments column, it said, "Needs attitude adjusted before wedding day." I sat back in my chair and stared at the screen. That was it. That was the moment I stopped just planning and started preparing, because this wasn't just about money anymore. This was about respect, or rather the complete lack of it. They saw me as a problem to be managed, a box to be checked, a wallet with legs. And now, thanks to their own carelessness, I had everything I needed to flip the script. I printed the email and put it with the rest of my documents. Then I called the lawyer back. "I think I know exactly what I want to do," I told her. The next few weeks were strangely calm. Outwardly, I went about my life, work, gym, dinners with friends. But behind the scenes, I was moving pieces into place. Securing my finances, drafting a letter, making sure that when I finally made my move, it would land like a thunderclap. Every time I passed my fridge and saw that wedding invitation still stuck to it with a magnet, I smiled just a little. Not out of joy, but out of certainty. I wasn't just going to protect myself anymore. I was going to make sure they never forgot the day they decided to cross me. The wedding date was circled on my calendar, not as an event to look forward to, but as a deadline. Everything I did in the weeks leading up to it was deliberate. Every step felt like sharpening a blade. Slow, methodical, precise. I started by finalizing my finances. My lawyer helped me draft a formal letter to my parents and brother stating in clear legal language that the money they had taken had been flagged as fraud, reimbursed by the bank, and that any further attempts to access my accounts or represent my contribution as voluntary would be considered financial harassment. It was professional, calm, and just intimidating enough to get their attention. I sent it by certified mail. 3 days later, I got the read receipt, and then silence. Not even a phone call. That silence was almost sweeter than an apology. But I wasn't done. Next, I prepared a folder, a neat, organized packet with copies of the forged checks, the bank's reimbursement letter, the email thread from the wedding planner, and a brief summary of events from Christmas onward. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't emotional. It was just facts, clean and undeniable. And then I waited. The wedding week arrived. People from my extended family were flying into town, and I knew from social media that my parents were running themselves ragged getting everything ready. My brother posted daily updates about the most important weekend of our lives. The night before the wedding, I got a final text from my mom. "Henry, we expect you to behave tomorrow. This is Mark's day. Please don't cause a scene." I smiled at that because she had no idea that the scene had already been set, and not by me. I had RSVP'd yes months ago, but I hadn't told anyone how I planned to attend. On the morning of the wedding, I put on the sharpest suit I owned. Not a rented tux, not something bland. A tailored charcoal suit, perfectly pressed. The kind of outfit that says, "I am not here by accident." When I arrived at the vineyard venue, I was greeted by the wedding planner, who looked startled to see me. I handed her an envelope, my packet of documents, and said calmly, "Make sure this gets to the bride's parents before the ceremony starts." She hesitated, then took it. Inside that packet was everything. Proof that their generous contributions narrative was built on stolen money. A polite but firm statement that I would not be funding any further expenses, and a request that my name be removed from any mention of contributors in their speeches or materials. By the time I took my seat, I could feel the ripple effect starting. The bride's parents were sitting 2 rows up, whispering furiously, passing the folder back and forth. My brother glanced back at me once, frowning as if he could feel that something had shifted but couldn't place what. I sat there calmly, hands folded, smiling slightly. The ceremony went on as planned for a while. But after the vows, when the officiant invited the parents to give a few words, there was a pause. A long, uncomfortable pause. My mother stood, walked up to the microphone, and then just said, "Congratulations," before sitting back down, tight-lipped and pale. It was subtle, but I could see it. The tension, the whispered conversations, the sideways looks. By the time we moved to the reception, the gossip had already started. I didn't confront anyone directly. I didn't raise my voice. I simply made sure that the truth was undeniable and let it do the work for me. Over dinner, I caught bits of conversation from nearby tables. "Did you hear about the checks? Apparently, Henry didn't actually agree to pay. Wait, they forged? No wonder he's mad." By the time the first dance was over, the atmosphere had shifted entirely. The fairy tale image my parents had worked so hard to maintain had cracks running through it, and everyone could see them. When my brother finally cornered me near the bar, his face was red. "What did you do?" he hissed. I took a sip of my drink, met his eyes, and said calmly, "I told the truth." "You couldn't just let it go," he said, his voice rising. "I did let it go," I replied evenly. "I let go of paying for things I didn't agree to. I let go of being the family doormat. You should be thanking me. You got your wedding. You got your money. All I did was make sure people knew how you got it." His jaw worked like he wanted to yell, but with guests watching, he just glared and stalked off. I stayed just long enough to finish my drink, then slipped out quietly before the cake cutting. The next morning, my phone lit up with messages from cousins and old family friends. Most were short, "Good for you," or "I had no idea," but a few were longer, saying things like, "We always wondered why you were treated differently." For the first time in months, I felt like I had exhaled completely. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic, but it was clean. And it was only the beginning, because the wedding may have been over, but the fallout was just starting. And I had one final move left to make. The morning after the wedding, I woke up late, made myself coffee, and sat out on my porch while my phone buzzed like a wasp nest. My family's group chat was a full-on firestorm. Messages flying back and forth, people demanding explanations, others defending me, some saying they'd had no idea what had been going on. I scrolled for a while, half amused, half detached. For once, I wasn't anxious about what I might find in those messages. I knew exactly where I stood. Around noon, my parents showed up at my house. I saw them through the window as they walked up the driveway. Mom looking tight-lipped and pale, Dad with his jaw set like he was about to deliver a lecture. I opened the door but didn't invite them in. "Henry, we need to talk," Dad said, his voice low but tense. "Then talk," I said, leaning against the door frame. Mom stepped forward. "You humiliated us yesterday. Do you have any idea what you've done?" The bride's parents were furious. People were whispering all night. "You ruined Mark's wedding." I shook my head slowly. "No, I didn't ruin anything. You ruined it the moment you decided to take money from me without asking. All I did was tell the truth." Dad's face went red. "You could have handled this privately." "I tried to," I said evenly. "You ignored me. You dismissed me. You treated me like I was just a wallet with legs. So, I handled it myself." Mom's eyes narrowed. "You've embarrassed this family. People are saying things." "Good," I said, cutting her off. "Let them talk. Maybe they'll think twice before they do to someone else what you did to me." For a long moment we just stood there staring at each other. Then Mom's voice softened, almost pleading. "Henry, we're family. Can't we just move on from this?" I laughed softly, not out of humor, but disbelief. "Move on? You forged my name, emptied my account, and then tried to make me feel guilty for being upset. You didn't just cross a line, Mom. You burned the bridge. I can't just move on from that." Dad exhaled, shaking his head. "So what now? You're just going to cut us off? Pretend we don't exist?" I didn't answer right away. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, then said, "I'm done letting you treat me like an afterthought. I'm done paying for the privilege of being ignored. From now on, I'm living my life without you. If you want to be in it, you can start by apologizing sincerely. Not sorry you feel that way, but sorry for what you did." Mom opened her mouth, then closed it. Neither of them said a word. Until then, I added quietly, don't come to my house uninvited again. I closed the door gently, not slamming it, not yelling, just shutting it with finality. For the rest of that day, I felt a strange calm. It wasn't happiness exactly, but it was clarity. I went for a long drive that afternoon, windows down, music playing, and realized that for the first time in my life, I wasn't waiting for their approval. In the weeks that followed, the fallout spread. Word got around about what had really happened with the checks. Some relatives were shocked. Others weren't surprised at all. A few even reached out to me privately to say, good for you for standing up for yourself. Meanwhile, my brother's wedding bills kept piling up. Without my parents being able to lean on me financially, they had to cut back on their post-wedding honeymoon plans and sell a few big-ticket items they'd bought on credit. My cousin Laura later told me that the bride's parents were furious about being kept in the dark and had demanded that my parents cover some of the overages themselves. My parents tried calling a few more times, but I let it go to voicemail. Eventually, the calls stopped. One Saturday, I took down the wedding invitation from my fridge, slipped it into the folder with the rest of my documents, and put it away in my filing cabinet. Not as a keepsake, but as a reminder of what I'd survived. That evening, I invited a few friends over for dinner. We sat around my table, eating, laughing, talking late into the night. For the first time since that lonely Christmas, the house felt full again. Full in a way that had nothing to do with blood relatives and everything to do with people who actually cared about me. As I cleared the table and turned off the lights, I caught my reflection in the window. I looked different, lighter. I realized then that I hadn't just taken revenge. I had taken back my life, and it felt better than I'd ever imagined. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My name's Mark. I'm 56, and I've been called a lot of things in my life. Dependable, stubborn, sometimes a bit too generous for my own good. But no one has ever accused me of not showing up. Especially not for my son, Alex. I've shown up for every skinned knee, every science fair, every school pickup. And when his mom left and remarried, I still showed up. Even when she and her new husband, Greg, started playing house and slowly rewrote history to make it look like I was some side character in my own kid's life. I swallowed a lot of pride over the years. I figured as long as Alex was happy and taken care of, I could stomach being in the background. I get my moments, or so I thought. The wedding was supposed to be one of those moments. It started innocently enough. Alex called me one evening about 9 months before the wedding, buzzing with excitement. Dad, we're doing a spring wedding. I wanted outdoors, lots of greenery, real classic stuff. I smiled just hearing his voice so full of life. That sounds amazing, bud, I said, already reaching for my checkbook. I didn't wait for him to ask. I just told him, whatever you need, I've got you. What I didn't realize was that whatever you need would turn into everything. Venue deposit? Me. Photographer? Me. Custom floral arch? Guess who? It was never outright demanded. Alex always sounded sheepish and grateful, but the requests stacked up like bricks, each one a little heavier than the last. I convinced myself it was fine. I wanted to help. I was the dad after all. But as the big day got closer, I started to notice little things. Things that didn't sit right. The invitation came and my name was listed barely. With love from Greg and Sarah Williams. It read in looping gold script, with a tiny line underneath. And Mark. No last name, no title, just an afterthought. Then the seating chart arrived. I was slotted in the 3rd row initially, which I didn't mind. Close enough. But 2 weeks out, I got a call from the wedding planner. Some perky 20-something who probably thought I was the hired help. Hi, Mr. Mark. We had to adjust the seating a bit. You'll now be in row F, just behind extended family. Hope that's okay. I wanted to say, no, it's not okay. But instead I said, sure, whatever works. And then I hung up and stared at the wall for a long time. Greg, the stepfather, had been stepping into my shoes for years. At first, it was little things. Teaching Alex how to drive, helping him choose colleges. I let it go. Divorce is complicated. Kids get caught in the middle. I didn't want to make it harder. But this wedding was becoming a circus. and I was starting to feel like the unpaid stagehand no one thanked at the end of the show. Then came the rehearsal dinner. It was held at a vineyard, classy, high-end, and of course, funded by yours truly. I walked in wearing my best suit, bottle of wine in hand, only to find Greg already holding court at the main table. "Mark," he called out with a grin that felt a little too rehearsed. "So glad you could make it." Could make it? I paid for it. Throughout dinner, he told story after story about raising Alex, throwing around memories I'd never even heard of, some of which I was sure weren't even real. He toasted Alex and his fiancée, Chloe, with a long speech that made it sound like he'd been the one tucking Alex in every night. Not me. And when it was my turn to say a few words, the microphone wasn't passed to me. It wasn't even offered. I just sat there gripping the stem of my wine glass until my knuckles turned white. Chloe's parents patted Greg on the back like he was some kind of hero. Sarah, my ex, was beside him, draped in the kind of smug satisfaction that said, "This is the man who raised your son, right?" And Alex, he didn't say anything. He looked happy, content, like he didn't notice the absence of my voice. I told myself to wait for the actual wedding. Maybe that would be different. It wasn't. I arrived early the morning of, ready to help with setup. I figured I'd at least be useful. But when I got to the venue, the staff looked confused. "Are you with the catering team?" one of them asked. Another handed me a clipboard. "Here, you can help direct parking." I didn't correct them. I just went and sat in my car for 20 minutes until the ceremony started. The music swelled. The guests took their seats. I was in a row just behind Great Aunt Patty, who spent the whole service leaning over to whisper that she thought I was taller on Facebook. From where I sat, I could barely see the vows. Greg was up there, front and center, grinning like he'd won the lottery. He signed the marriage certificate, gave the toast, danced the first dance with Alex's mom while I watched from a folding chair near the bar. Every time I raised my hand to wave or say something, someone else stepped in. A friend, a cousin, the DJ. I was a ghost at my own son's wedding. But I smiled. I clapped. I posed for pictures. Even when they shoved me to the edge of the frame, I told myself over and over, "This day isn't about you." And I almost believed it until the end of the night. People were clearing out. Staff started folding chairs. I stood alone near the fountain, sipping what remained of my flat champagne when Greg walked up. He clapped a hand on my shoulder, gave me that smug little grin, and said it soft and casual like it was nothing. "Thanks for covering everything, old man." Something in me cracked. He didn't say, "Thank you for helping." He didn't say, "We couldn't have done it without you." No, he called me old man like I was the valet. Like this had all been expected, and I had served my purpose. I didn't say a word. I just looked at him, nodded once, and walked away. Back at my car, I sat in the dark for a long time. My phone buzzed, messages from relatives, wedding photos, a video of Greg's speech. I ignored them. Instead, I opened my banking app. I had set up automatic transfers to cover the rest of the wedding costs, the honeymoon package, the vendor tips, final venue fees. None of them had cleared yet, and that's when I made the call. I didn't hesitate. My fingers moved fast, too fast for second thoughts. I called the bank's fraud line. Not because anything fraudulent had happened, but because that's the only number where you can reach an actual human at that hour. A woman named Michelle answered. Friendly voice, chipper, like she had no idea she was about to become part of a family soap opera. "Hi, yes," I said, keeping my voice calm. "I need to freeze some pending transfers." "No, not all of them. Just the ones scheduled for Monday." "Yeah, the large ones." She asked me to verify my identity. I rattled off the answers like a robot. My heart was thudding in my chest, not with panic, but with something I hadn't felt in a long time. Control. "May I ask why, sir?" she said once we were done. "Just to note it on your account." I paused. I almost laughed. "Change of plans," I said simply. "The wedding's over." She confirmed the transfers were on hold and I hung up. I sat there a while longer, the cool air slipping in through the cracked window. I watched the last of the guests shuffle out, tipsy and oblivious. Greg was still inside somewhere, probably holding court and basking in the spotlight. Alex was with Chloe posing for the last few professional shots. I watched my son, my boy, from a distance, and for the first time I didn't feel like his dad. I felt like a sponsor. I'd been funding this whole fantasy like some invisible investor. I paid for the cake they smeared on each other's faces. I paid for the chairs they didn't offer me. I paid for the music I was too far away to hear. And all the while, everyone around me smiled and nodded like that was normal. Like I was supposed to be grateful to sit in the back and watch my role get erased. But I wasn't angry. Not yet. The anger came the next morning. I woke up early like always. Muscle memory from decades of early commutes and weekend soccer games. I made coffee, sat at my kitchen table, and opened my email. The first was from the venue. Final payment reminder due today. The second from the honeymoon travel agency, complete with a PDF itinerary and a polite note. Please confirm release of funds so we can secure the upgraded suite for Mr. and Mrs. Williams. Williams. Not Morgan. Not my name, not my legacy. Greg's. I stared at the screen, stunned. Even the honeymoon reservation had been booked under his name. My bank account, his credit. That's when I knew I hadn't just been sidelined. I'd been replaced. Everything clicked into place then. The way Sarah always introduced Greg as Alex's real father at parties. Always with a wink like it was a joke. The way Alex had started calling him Dad a few years ago, casually in front of me, then pretending not to notice the way I went quiet. The way Greg had slowly become the point of contact for all the wedding vendors, all the family emails, all the decisions. They hadn't just overlooked me. They had rewritten me. I spent the rest of the morning reviewing the contracts. I still had the originals. PDFs, scanned receipts, all of it. I may have been naive, but I wasn't stupid. Everything had been in my name. Every vendor, every deposit, every planned gratuity. Some of the final payments hadn't even been invoiced yet. I called the travel agency first. Told them there was a mistake. I said I wouldn't be releasing the funds after all, that the reservation needed to be updated. If they wanted payment, it would have to be under a different name, a legal one, mine. They said they'd have to call the couple. I said, be my guest. Then I called the caterer, told them the final check would not be coming through unless I got an updated invoice. Same with the lighting company, the string quartet, the photographer, and each time I said the same thing. Let them know Mark Morgan has questions. By noon, the calls started coming in. The first was from Sarah. You can't be serious, she snapped, skipping hello entirely. You're trying to embarrass your own son. No, I said, but I'm done being embarrassed by you. You made a promise. No, I made a contribution. You decided it came with no say, no seat, and no respect. She sputtered something, but I ended the call. Then came Chloe's dad. Nice guy, or so I thought. Look, Mark, can we talk about this? He said. You're going to ruin their honeymoon over a few bruised feelings. I didn't get my feelings bruised, I said. I got erased. Alex didn't call until that night. I stared at the screen when his name lit up. I almost didn't answer, but I did. Dad, he said, uncertain. I didn't reply. I heard about the bank stuff, the honeymoon, the vendors. What's going on? There was genuine confusion in his voice, and for a split second, I felt a pang of guilt, until I remembered how he'd hugged Greg at the altar, how he'd raised his glass to him with tears in his eyes and never once looked my way. I'm just settling up, I said. But you said you'd cover it. I did, and I did cover a lot. But apparently that wasn't enough for a mention or a seat near the front or even a name on the marriage license. There was silence. I didn't know. That makes two of us. He went quiet for a long time. I'm sorry, he said finally. And I believe that he meant it, but it didn't change anything because the moment Greg called me old man, like I was just a wallet in a suit, something inside me shifted. I had spent years letting people take from me in the name of being the bigger person. I had been quiet. I had smiled. I had clapped. I had paid. But not anymore. And the best part? They still had no idea what else I had planned. I didn't tell Alex everything on that call. I let him sit in the discomfort of it. Let him twist a little like I twisted in that back row pretending to enjoy the show. He asked if we could talk in person. Said he'd swing by sometime this week. Maybe bring Chloe. I told him to text first. I wanted time to think, to decide how much truth I was willing to lay bare. Because what they didn't know was this. The wedding wasn't just funded by my bank account. It was organized, contracted, and legally signed off under my business name, Morgan Solutions, my consulting firm. I'd written it all off as a sponsored event under the umbrella of company outreach and partnership branding. It was clever accounting, sure, but also necessary at the time. And that meant the ownership of a lot of those services, photos, footage, even the venue's post-event publishing rights, technically belonged to me. Not Alex, not Chloe, not Greg. And I wasn't done yet. The next morning, I dug into the files again. I hadn't looked at them too closely since the chaos of booking things in the spring. But now I had a different set of eyes. Focused, deliberate, and just petty enough to start drawing lines through the fine print. The photographer, for example, had a clause buried deep in the agreement. Client retains full discretion on final image release, including approval or disapproval of publication or personal use if payment is not completed within 30 days of final event. Guess who hadn't been paid in full? I shot off a quick email. The videographer was a friend of mine, an old army buddy I'd hired when no one else answered fast enough. We hadn't talked in a while, but I knew he respected loyalty. I texted him, "Hey, hope you're good. I'd like to hold off on giving the couple the final wedding video for now. There's more going on than you realize." He responded, "Say no more. Got your back." I leaned back in my chair after that one domino at a time. By Thursday, the calls started getting frantic. This time it was Chloe. She never called me before. Always filtered communication through Alex or her parents. But now she was the one calling me. "Hi, Mr. Morgan," she started, syrupy sweet. "We're just trying to figure out what's going on with the photo release and the video. We're supposed to be doing a wedding announcement this weekend for social media, and the photographer said they're waiting on your approval. Was that a mistake?" "Nope," I said. "That's correct." A long pause. "Oh, okay. Will that be coming soon?" "Depends. Have you talked to Greg recently?" There was an awkward laugh. "Not really. I mean, we thanked him at the wedding, if that's what you mean." "No," I said. "I mean, did he tell you he thanked me by calling me old man and walking off with all the credit while I sat 6 rows back in a suit I couldn't even afford 5 years ago?" She was quiet now, probably realizing for the first time that I wasn't just Alex's dad in the vague, distant way she'd always assumed. I was the reason they had a wedding at all. "I didn't know," she said quietly. "Right? Okay. Maybe we should meet. We'll see." I ended the call before it got messy. I wasn't looking for an apology from her. Not yet. I was still in the stage of collecting silence, letting it pile up, letting them sit in the absence of answers. You'd be surprised how loud silence gets when people are used to everything just working. Friday came and I got a knock on my office door. I didn't expect it, but there he was, Greg, wearing his usual smug half-smile, dressed in that slightly too tight blazer he always wore when he wanted to look distinguished. He walked in like we were old pals. "Mark," he said, pulling the door shut behind him. "Look, I think there's been some confusion. Is that what we're calling it now?" He sighed, took a seat across from my desk like he owned the place. "Look, I get it. You feel slighted, but we both know you did what any dad would do." "Greg," I interrupted. "Stop. Just stop. You walked over to me at the end of my son's wedding, patted me on the shoulder, and thanked me like I was the caterer. You didn't introduce me once. You didn't mention me in your toast. And you watched them list your name on that certificate like I never existed." He shrugged. "It's just tradition. I've been in his life for a long time. We didn't mean anything by it." "That's exactly the problem," I said, voice cold. "You didn't mean anything, and now you want me to smile and sign checks like it's all good." He leaned forward, smirking again. "So what? You're holding their wedding media hostage? Not very fatherly of you." That's when I stood. I wasn't loud. I didn't shout. I just looked down at him with the calm you get when you've already made your decision. You think you replaced me, I said. But Greg, you were just a stand-in, a seat filler in the story of my son's life. And now the bills come due. His smirk faded. I let that sit in the air heavy. Then I walked around the desk, opened the door, and gestured for him to leave. He did, but he looked back once like he wanted to say something, or maybe finally realized I wasn't bluffing. Too late, because what they really didn't know was this. I'd also retained creative control over the wedding video's final cut, and I had just received the raw footage. Everything. Every toast, every awkward exchange, every stage photo where I was cropped out, every clip where Greg positioned himself like a second coming of Ward Cleaver while I fetched drinks and smiled from the sidelines. And I had one more phone call to make. But that's where things start to get interesting. I didn't sleep that night, not out of guilt. No, I was past that. I stayed up because something in me was alive again. For years, I'd let people edit me out of my own life. I kept peace. I kept quiet. I kept writing checks. But now I was scripting the final act. And I wasn't going to miss a single detail. I sat in my office surrounded by invoices, notes, digital footage pulled frame by frame from the videographer's raw dump. My son's wedding in 4K. Every hug I didn't get. Every glance that went past me like I was scenery. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't even sad. I was surgical. The next morning, I called Chris, the editor I'd hired to cut together the wedding video. Hey, I said, quick change of plans. I've got a list of timestamps for you. Anything from 12:02 to 12:09? Cut it. Toasts. I want mine added in, but I'll send you a voiceover instead. Don't worry, I'll keep it classy. But the part where Greg calls Alex the son I always dreamed of? Yeah, trim that. Chris paused. You sure? That's like the big emotional moment. I'm sure. Also, at the end, I want the credits to roll with a note. Made possible by Mark Morgan. Bold letters, center screen, no music. He laughed, thinking I was joking. I wasn't. By Sunday, the final draft was done. I reviewed it once, then sent the private link to Alex and Chloe. I didn't include a message, just the link. For hours later, Alex called. Dad, what is this? A wedding video, I said calmly. Edited by the guy who paid for the whole thing. Figured I might want a version where I actually exist. He was quiet. I waited. I mean, come on. You didn't have to do that. Didn't I? I said. Because when your mom rewrote history and Greg signed the certificate with his name under father of the groom. Nobody said a word. When I sat 6 rows back and nobody even mentioned me in a toast, you didn't say a word. When I opened my wallet to give you a dream wedding, you let someone else take the credit. So don't tell me what I had to do. You already showed me where I stand. He tried again. Look, I messed up. I should have. Should have what? Remembered I existed? You didn't forget. Alex. You chose. And that's fine. I just made a choice too. But what about the vendors? Mom said you canceled everything. The florist is threatening to sue us. No, I didn't cancel anything, I said. I just froze the money. Told them to send the bill directly to the Williams household since they seem to think Greg's the patriarch now. He can foot the final costs or your mom can. I heard him sigh. They can't afford it. Neither could I said, sharper than I intended. But I made it work because I thought I was doing it for my son, not for an audience. Another long silence. He finally muttered, I don't even know what to say. I did. Say goodbye, Alex. And I hung up. I thought I'd feel something after that, relief, grief, triumph, but I didn't. I just stood there for a moment, phone in hand, feeling nothing. And honestly, that was worse. 2 weeks passed. Then 3. Radio silence. No calls, no texts, no attempts at fixing anything. I assumed that was it until one evening. There was a knock on my door. I wasn't expecting anyone. It was past dinner and already dark outside. When I opened it, I saw Chloe. She looked like she'd aged 10 years in 2 weeks. Messy bun, dark circles, that flat kind of smile people wear when they're running on fumes. Hi, she said. I stepped aside. She walked in without waiting. I just want to talk, she said, settling onto my couch like she'd been here before. Not ask for money, not ask for favors, just talk. I didn't offer coffee. I just sat in the armchair across from her. She took a deep breath. Alex isn't talking to his mom right now, she started. Or Greg. The fallout's been bad. His mom's furious. Greg's humiliated. And his aunt told everyone at brunch last weekend that you hacked the wedding video like some bitter teenager. I didn't reply. She kept going. But I watched the video twice, actually. The version you edited. First, I thought it was mean, petty. But then I noticed something. I raised an eyebrow. I noticed how often you weren't in the frame. How people kept stepping in front of you. How no one even looked at you when they were saying their vows. And then I noticed the way you smiled anyway. How you stood off to the side, clapping, holding the umbrella when it started to drizzle, even though no one asked you to. I watched your face, Mark, and I realized we forgot you. Not just at the wedding, but before that and everything. Still, I didn't say a word. She wiped at her eyes, embarrassed. I don't blame you for pulling back. I really don't. But I just wanted you to know. I see you now. I really do. She stood up, straightened her coat. Alex wants to come, too. But I told him he needs to wait because if you ever give him another chance, it's going to be on your terms. She turned to go, then paused at the door. By the way, she added, that thanks for covering everything, old man line? Greg said that in front of the videographer, too. It made the raw footage. That's probably why the video guy sent it to you. Said he figured you deserved to see the truth. And then she left. I sat there a long time afterward, thinking about all the things I'd done right and all the ways I'd been written out anyway. I didn't cry. I didn't feel vindicated. I just felt tired, but not weak. Because sometimes the strongest thing you can do is finally stop giving people the pieces of you they never respected in the first place. The final bill for the wedding ended up going unpaid. Greg apparently tried to negotiate down some vendors. Chloe's parents chipped in for some, but the venue, the caterers, the florist with the $3,000 invoice, they took legal action. The last I heard, Sarah was trying to file a claim with her homeowner's equity to cover some of it. Greg stopped showing up to family dinners. Alex moved out of the apartment his mom leased them and got a cheaper place. Said he wanted to figure some stuff out on his own. I didn't ask what that meant. A month later, I got a letter. Just a short one. No long apology. No grand gesture. Just Alex's handwriting on a plain white card. I don't know if I deserve to be your son anymore, but I want to try being the kind of man you don't have to erase. I haven't replied yet. Maybe I will someday, but for now, I've still got the original wedding video, the real one. And I keep it in a drawer, not to watch, but to remind myself. I may have been silent for a long time, but that doesn't mean I was ever invisible, and I won't be again. Now on to the next story. Story 7. My husband cheated on me and abandoned me with our children, even after I donated a kidney to save his life. I'm not someone who usually shares personal stories, but I need to tell this one. My name doesn't matter. What matters is what happened to me, to us, and how completely wrong I was about the man I married. It started on a Tuesday morning in March. My husband had been feeling tired for weeks, complaining about back pain and nausea. I kept telling him to see a doctor, but you know how men are. Stubborn as mules when it comes to their health. Finally, when he could barely get out of bed, I practically dragged him to the emergency room. The doctor who examined him was young, maybe in his early 30s, with kind eyes that couldn't hide his concern. After running blood tests and scans, he asked us to sit down in his office. Those words you never want to hear came tumbling out. Kidney failure, advanced stage, immediate intervention required. Without a transplant, we're looking at months, not years. The doctor explained, his voice gentle but firm. The waiting list for a deceased donor can be 3 to 5 years. Your best option is finding a living donor. Someone close to you who's willing and compatible. My husband just stared at the wall, his face pale as paper. Our 2 kids, 8 and 10 years old, were at school, completely unaware that their father was dying. I remember thinking how I would tell them, how I would hold our family together through this nightmare. I want to be tested, I said immediately, reaching for his hand. I'm his wife. Test me first. The doctor nodded, already reaching for paperwork. We'll need to run comprehensive tests. Blood work, imaging, psychological evaluation. It's major surgery for you, too, with real risks. My husband finally looked at me, tears in his eyes. I can't ask you to do that. You're not asking, I told him, squeezing his hand. I'm telling you, I'm going to do it. That night, after we'd somehow managed to have dinner with the kids without falling apart, we lay in bed talking about everything and nothing. He kept apologizing as if getting sick was his fault. I kept reassuring him that we'd get through this together like we always had. What if something happens to you during surgery? He whispered in the dark. Nothing will happen. I promised, though my heart was racing with fear. I'm strong and I love you. That's enough. 3 days later, I was at the hospital for my first round of testing. Blood type, tissue compatibility, kidney function, test after test to see if I could save my husband's life. The transplant coordinator, a middle-aged woman with silver hair, explained everything in detail. Living donor surgery is generally safe, but there are risks. Infection, bleeding, even death in rare cases. You'll live normally with one kidney, but you'll need regular checkups for the rest of your life. I signed every form without hesitation. My husband sat beside me, quiet and grateful, holding my free hand as I wrote my name over and over. 2 weeks of waiting felt like 2 years. Finally, the call came while I was making breakfast. The coordinator's voice was warm with good news. You're a perfect match. We can schedule surgery within the month. I hung up and turned to my husband, who was reading the newspaper at our kitchen table. We're compatible, I said simply. He stood up so fast his chair fell backward. And then he was holding me, crying into my shoulder like I'd never seen him cry before. Thank you, he kept saying. Thank you for saving my life. At that moment, surrounded by his love and gratitude, I felt like the luckiest woman alive. I was going to save my husband, keep our family intact, and we'd have decades ahead of us to grow old together. If only I'd known what was coming. The next month was a whirlwind of medical appointments, forms, and preparations. I had to go through psychological evaluations to make sure I wasn't being coerced, which seemed ridiculous to me. Who could coerce someone into major surgery? But I understood they had to be thorough. The psychologist, a soft-spoken woman in her 50s, asked me endless questions about my marriage, my motivations, my fears. Are you certain this is your decision? She asked during our final session. Completely certain, I replied. He's my husband, the father of my children. This isn't even a question for me. Meanwhile, my husband's condition was deteriorating rapidly. He started dialysis 3 times a week, spending hours hooked up to machines that kept him alive, but left him exhausted and weak. I watched the strong man who used to play basketball with our kids in the driveway struggle to climb the stairs to our bedroom. Our families rallied around us. My mother flew in from Oregon to help with the kids, and his parents drove up from the South every weekend. Everyone kept telling me how brave I was, how incredible it was that I was willing to make such a sacrifice, but it never felt like a sacrifice to me. It felt like the most natural thing in the world. You don't have to do this, my father-in-law said to me one evening as we watched my husband sleep in his chair, too tired to make it to bed. There might be other options. There are no other options, I told him firmly. And even if there were, I'd still choose this. The surgery was scheduled for a Thursday in late April. 2 days before, we had to be at the hospital for final pre-op procedures. As we sat in the waiting room, my husband took my hand. I want you to know something, he said quietly. If the roles were reversed, I'm not sure I'd be brave enough to do what you're doing. I looked at him, surprised. Of course you would. He shook his head. I don't know what you're doing. It's beyond anything I could have asked for. You're literally giving me life. The night before surgery, we put the kids to bed together, reading them extra stories and holding them a little longer than usual. They knew Daddy was having an operation, but we'd kept the details simple. Mommy was helping Daddy get better. Our 10-year-old, always too smart for his own good, looked up at me as I tucked him in. Are you scared, Mom? A little, I admitted. But I'm more excited that Daddy is going to feel better soon. "You're the best mom in the world," he said, hugging me tight. Our daughter, as fierce as me, was more direct. "After Daddy gets better, can we get a dog?" I laughed despite everything. "We'll talk about it." That last night, my husband and I stayed up late talking about everything. Our hopes for after the surgery, vacation plans for the summer, college funds for the kids, normal life things that felt precious because we'd almost lost them. "I love you more than I've ever loved anything," he told me as we finally turned out the lights. "I love you too," I whispered back. "Now get some sleep. We have a big day tomorrow." I didn't sleep much that night. I lay there thinking about the surgery, about recovery, about our future. I thought about growing old with this man, watching our children graduate and get married, becoming grandparents together. The morning of surgery, I woke up before the alarm. My husband was already awake, staring at the ceiling. "Ready?" I asked. "Thanks to you," he said, turning to kiss my forehead. "Ready." As we drove to the hospital in the pre-dawn darkness, I had no idea that I was about to make the biggest mistake of my life. The morning of surgery felt surreal, like I was watching someone else's life unfold. We arrived at the hospital at 5:30 a.m., and the staff immediately separated us for prep. I kissed my husband goodbye in the hallway, not knowing when I'd see him again. "See you on the other side," I whispered against his lips. "Thank you for my life," he whispered back. The pre-op area was cold and sterile. A nurse with gentle hands helped me into a hospital gown and started my four. The surgeon, a confident man in his 40s who'd performed hundreds of these procedures, came to review everything one final time. "Any last questions?" he asked, clipboard in hand. "Just take good care of both of us," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The anesthesiologist was a woman about my age with kind eyes. "Count backward from 10, she said as the medication flowed into my four. 10, 9, 8, and then nothing. I woke up hours later in recovery, groggy and confused. The first thing I felt was pain. Deep, aching pain in my side where they had removed my kidney. A recovery nurse was checking my vitals. "How did it go?" I managed to ask, my mouth dry as cotton. "Perfectly," she smiled. "Your kidney is already functioning beautifully in your husband. You're a hero." Hero. The word felt strange. I'd just done what any wife would do. The next few hours were a blur of pain medication, vital sign checks, and visits from doctors. My husband was in recovery too, but they wouldn't let me see him yet. My mother and his parents took turns sitting with me, bringing updates. "He's doing wonderfully," his mother told me, tears in her eyes. "The color is already coming back to his face. You saved our son." By evening, they finally wheeled me to see him. He was awake, sitting up slightly in his hospital bed, and he looked better than he had in months. The grayish pallor was gone, replaced by healthy pink skin. "Hi, beautiful," he said softly when he saw me. I started crying from relief, from pain, from pure emotion. "Hi, yourself." The nurses positioned our beds so we could hold hands. His grip was stronger than it had been in weeks. "I can already feel the difference," he told me. "I feel like I can breathe again, like I'm actually alive." My recovery was harder than expected. What should have been a 3-day hospital stay stretched to 6 days due to complications with my wound healing. The doctors assured me it was normal for some patients, but I felt frustrated being stuck in bed when I wanted to take care of my family. My husband recovered quickly, almost miraculously. By day 4, he was walking the halls and talking about going home. The transplant team was thrilled with how well his body accepted my kidney. You couldn't have asked for a better match. The transplant coordinator told us this kidney should last him decades. Our children visited every day after school, and seeing their father sitting up and joking with them again made every moment of pain worth it. Our daughter brought him drawings she'd made, and our son helped him with crossword puzzles. "Daddy looks normal again," our daughter announced one afternoon, climbing carefully onto his bed. "That's because Mommy made him better," our son said seriously, looking at me with such admiration. It broke my heart. The day we both went home was like a celebration. Friends had decorated our house with balloons and cooked enough meals to last us weeks. My husband couldn't stop thanking everyone, telling them how amazing I was, how I'd literally given him a second chance at life. That first night home, as we lay carefully in our own bed, he held my hand in the dark. "I will never ever forget what you did for me," he said quietly. "I will spend every day of the rest of my life making sure you know how grateful I am." I believed him completely. Why wouldn't I? I'd just given him part of my body to save his life. Surely, that created an unbreakable bond between us. The next few months would prove how wrong I was about everything. The first few months after surgery were like a second honeymoon. My husband was attentive in ways he hadn't been since we were newlyweds. He brought me coffee in bed every morning, helped with household chores without being asked, and constantly checked on how I was feeling. "You don't have to keep babying me," I told him one morning as he insisted on carrying a basket of laundry upstairs. "I want to," he said, kissing my forehead. "You gave me everything. Let me take care of you." My recovery was slower than his. While he bounced back to full energy within weeks, I struggled with fatigue and discomfort that seemed to linger. The surgeon assured me this was normal. Donor recovery could take 6 months to a year, but some days I felt like I'd aged years in the span of a few months. "I'm sorry this is taking so long," I said one evening when I had to lie down instead of helping with homework. "Don't you dare apologize," he said firmly. "You saved my life. Whatever you need, however long you need it, I'm here." He took over bedtime routines with the kids, cooked dinner most nights, and handled weekend activities when I was too tired to participate. Friends and family were amazed by his transformation. "He's like a different person," my sister commented during one of her visits. "So attentive, so grateful. Surgery really changed him." It had changed both of us, I thought. Going through something so intense together had deepened our bond in ways I couldn't have imagined. We talked more openly about our fears, our dreams, our love for each other. "I keep thinking about how close we came to losing all this," he said one night as we watched the kids play in the backyard. "I never want to take any of it for granted again." "We won't," I assured him. "We'll appreciate every day." And we did for a while. He planned romantic dates for when I felt well enough. Quiet dinners at home, sunset walks around the neighborhood, movie nights on the couch. Simple things that felt precious because we'd almost lost them. The kids noticed the change, too. Their father was present in ways he hadn't been before, engaged and energetic. He helped with science projects, attended school events, and even volunteered to coach our son's little league team. "Dad's so much more fun now," our daughter told me one afternoon as we watched him teaching her to ride a bike without training wheels. "He feels better," I explained. "When you're not sick anymore, everything seems more exciting." By month 3, I was starting to feel more like myself, though I still tired easily. My husband surprised me with a weekend getaway to a bed and breakfast in the mountains. Our first time alone together since the surgery. "This is perfect," I said as we sat on the porch watching sunset paint the sky. "You're perfect," he said, taking my hand. "I fall in love with you more every day." "Even with this ugly scar?" I asked, touching my side where the surgical incision had healed into a long pink line. "Especially with that scar," he said. "Seriously, it's proof of how much you love me." We made plans that weekend. Summer vacation to the beach, Christmas in Colorado with his family, maybe even a trip to Europe for our 15th anniversary. Life stretched ahead of us, full of possibility. "I used to think I was lucky to have you," he said as we lay in bed our last night there. "Now I know I don't deserve you, but I'm going to spend every day trying to." I believed every word. How could I not? This man had seen me at my most vulnerable, had watched me sacrifice my body for his health, had witnessed the depth of my love. Surely that created a bond that nothing could break. 6 months post-surgery, I was finally feeling strong again. We celebrated with dinner at our favorite restaurant, the one where we'd had our first date 15 years earlier. "To my hero," he toasted, raising his glass of wine. "To us," I corrected, clinking my water glass against his. If only I'd known that was the beginning of the end. The changes started so subtly, I almost convinced myself I was imagining them. It began around the 8-month mark after surgery when my husband started working late more frequently. Big project at the office, he'd explain, loosening his tie as he came home at 9 p.m. instead of his usual 6:30. Sorry, honey. You know how it is. I did know. He worked in marketing for a mid-sized company, and they did have busy periods, but these busy periods seemed to be stretching longer and happening more often. The morning coffee in bed stopped. The thoughtful gestures became less frequent. When I mentioned it gently one evening, he seemed genuinely surprised. I haven't been doing that? He asked, looking confused. I'm sorry. I've been so distracted with work. Things will calm down soon. But they didn't calm down. If anything, the distance grew wider. He started going to the gym after work instead of coming straight home, saying he needed to get back in shape now that he was healthy again. That's great, I told him, trying to be supportive. I'm glad you're feeling so energetic. You should come with me, he suggested half-heartedly. I'm still not cleared for intense exercise, I reminded him. The doctors had said my remaining kidney needed more time to adjust before I could return to vigorous activity. Right? Of course, sorry. But I noticed he didn't offer alternatives. Didn't suggest walks or other activities we could do together. Instead, he'd shower after his workout and retreat to his home office to catch up on emails. The kids noticed, too, though they didn't say anything directly. Our son stopped asking Dad to help with homework, automatically bringing his math problems to me instead. Our daughter began setting the table for 3 instead of 4 on weeknights. Is Daddy working late again? She'd ask when 6:30 came and went. He'll be home soon, I'd promise, though I was no longer certain that was true. When he was home, he seemed restless, always checking his phone, always having somewhere else he needed to be. The man who had spent months being completely present was suddenly scattered and distant. Are you feeling okay? I asked one night as we got ready for bed. You seem different. Different how? I don't know. Distracted, maybe. Like your mind is somewhere else. He was quiet for a moment, brushing his teeth with unusual focus. I'm just processing everything. I guess having a second chance at life makes you think about things differently. What kind of things? Just everything. Life choices, opportunities. Don't worry about it. But I did worry. The man who had promised to spend every day showing his gratitude was suddenly acting like he'd forgotten what I'd done for him. Not that I wanted constant praise, but the complete shift in his behavior was unsettling. I tried to talk to my sister about it, but I felt foolish complaining. He's healthy and working and providing for his family, I told her. I should be grateful. You literally gave him a kidney, she said bluntly. You're allowed to expect some basic attention from your husband. 3 weeks later, he announced he was going to a work conference in Chicago for the weekend. This was normal. He'd always traveled occasionally for work, but something felt different this time. Can I come with you? I asked impulsively. Make it a weekend getaway. It's all meetings and networking events, he said quickly. You'd be bored. Besides, the kids need you here. The kids could have easily stayed with my mother, and we both knew it. But I didn't push. He left Friday morning with a new suitcase and came back Sunday night quiet and withdrawn. When I asked how the conference went, he gave vague answers about presentations and meetings. That night, as he showered, his phone buzzed with a text message. I glanced at it automatically. We'd always been open about our phones. Never secretive. The preview showed just a first name and the beginning of a message. Had such a wonderful time. I told myself it was probably a colleague thanking him for something work-related. But a cold feeling settled in my stomach that I couldn't shake. Over the next few weeks, the late nights became more frequent, the explanations more elaborate, and the distance between us grew into a chasm I couldn't seem to bridge. The man I'd literally given part of my body to save was slipping away from me, and I had no idea why. The truth revealed itself on a Tuesday afternoon, 11 months after I'd saved my husband's life. I was at my follow-up appointment with the transplant team, routine blood work to check my remaining kidney function. The appointment ran long and I found myself downtown during lunch hour, something that rarely happened since I usually scheduled medical visits for mornings. I decided to grab lunch at a small Italian place near the medical center before heading home. As I walked past the window, I saw them. My husband sat across from a woman I'd never seen before, blonde, pretty, probably in her early 30s. But it wasn't just that he was having lunch with another woman. It was how he was looking at her, the same way he used to look at me when we were dating, when we were newlyweds, when I was the center of his universe. He reached across the table and touched her hand. She smiled and leaned in closer. He laughed at something she said, really laughed. In a way I hadn't seen him laugh at home in months. I stood frozen on the sidewalk, people walking around me like I was a statue. My legs felt weak, my stomach churned, and for a moment, I thought I might actually be sick right there on the street. This had to be innocent. A work colleague, maybe a client. There had to be an explanation. But even as I told myself that, I watched him lean forward and kiss her softly on the lips. In broad daylight, in public, like they were a real couple. I stumbled backward and somehow made it to my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely start the engine. I sat there for 20 minutes trying to process what I'd seen, trying to convince myself I'd misunderstood. When I got home, I did something I'd never done in 15 years of marriage. I went through his phone. He'd left it charging on the kitchen counter, and I knew his passcode, our anniversary date. We'd never had secrets from each other, or so I thought. The messages were all there, months of them. Her name was Rebecca, and they'd reconnected at that conference in Chicago. She was someone he'd known in college, his first love, the one who got away. Can't stop thinking about last weekend. Read one message from 3 days ago. You make me feel alive again. Read another. I never stopped loving you, said one from him. I scrolled back through weeks and weeks of messages, my heart breaking with each one. They'd been meeting for lunch, for drinks, for entire weekends when he claimed to be at work events. They'd been planning a future together. I know this is complicated because of everything she did for me, he'd written in one message. But I can't keep pretending to be grateful for something I never asked for. Something he never asked for. My kidney, my sacrifice, my love. The final message exchange was from that morning. Rebecca, when are you going to tell her? Soon. I just need to figure out the right way. She's been through so much. Rebecca, we deserve to be happy. You deserve to live the life you want, not the one you feel obligated to live. You're right. I love you, Rebecca. I love you too. I set the phone down with shaking hands and walked to the bathroom where I vomited until there was nothing left in my stomach. 11 months ago, this man had held my hand as I signed papers to give him part of my body. He'd cried with gratitude, promised to love me forever, sworn he'd never take our life together for granted again. And now he was planning to leave me for someone else, someone who made him feel alive in ways that apparently I no longer could. I sat on the bathroom floor and cried until I couldn't cry anymore. Then I got up, washed my face, and went to pick up our children from school because life had to keep going, even when your world was falling apart. That evening, I made dinner and helped with homework and pretended everything was normal. When he came home at 9 p.m. with another story about working late, I smiled and asked about his day. Fine, he said, barely looking at me. Just busy. I watched him eat the dinner I'd made, watched him ruffle our son's hair, watched him kiss our daughter goodnight. This man who was living a lie, who was planning to abandon the family I'd sacrificed my health to preserve. That night, as he slept peacefully beside me, I stared at the ceiling and planned what I was going to say when I confronted him. I just had no idea how much worse it was going to get. I waited 3 days to confront him. 3 days of watching him lie to my face. 3 days of pretending I didn't know he was destroying our family. 3 days of him coming home from dates with another woman and kissing me goodnight like nothing had changed. On Friday evening, after the kids were in bed, I was ready. We need to talk, I said as he settled into his chair with his laptop, probably to text Rebecca. Sure. What about? He didn't even look up from his screen. I placed printed screenshots of his text messages on the coffee table in front of him. About Rebecca. The color drained from his face, but he recovered quickly. I'll give him credit for that. He'd become an excellent liar over the past few months. I can explain, he said, closing his laptop. Please do. I sat down across from him, my hands folded in my lap like I was conducting a business meeting instead of confronting my cheating husband. He was quiet for a long moment, and I could see him calculating what to say, how much truth he had to admit to now that he'd been caught. "Rebecca and we have history," he finally said. "We dated in college. She was my first love. I know who she is. I read the messages, all of them." He winced. "I didn't mean for this to happen, but it did happen for months. While I was recovering from surgery to save your life, you were planning to leave me for her. It's not that simple." "Then explain it to me," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "Explain how it's not that simple." He stood up and started pacing, running his hands through his hair. "When I almost died, it changed me. It made me realize I was living the wrong life, settling for less than what I really wanted. I felt like he'd slapped me. Settling? That came out wrong." He stopped pacing and looked at me. I realized I never got closure with Rebecca. She was the one that got away. And when I saw her at the conference, all those feelings came rushing back. "So, you decided to have an affair?" "I decided to explore what might have been." "While married to the woman who gave you a kidney?" He was quiet for a moment. Then he said something that I'll never forget as long as I live. "I never asked you to do that." The words hung in the air between us like poison. I stared at him, waiting for him to take it back, to apologize, to show some recognition of what he just said. He didn't. "You never asked me to save your life," I repeated slowly. "I would have preferred to wait for a donor from the list. You insisted on getting tested. You insisted on the surgery. You were dying. People wait for kidneys all the time. I could have managed on dialysis." I felt something break inside me, something that had been holding me together through this entire nightmare conversation. "So my sacrifice means nothing to you?" "It means you made a choice," he said. "But it doesn't mean I owe you my entire life." I stood up on shaking legs. "Get out." "What?" "Get out of this house tonight. Go to Rebecca since that's where you want to be anyway. We need to talk about this rationally. There are the kids to consider. Finances, logistics." "The kids?" I laughed, and it sounded hysterical even to me. "You mean the children you're abandoning? The ones who watched their mother sacrifice her health to save their father's life?" "I'm not abandoning them. I'll always be their father." "Will you?" "Because the man I married, the father they knew, would never do this." He was quiet for a moment, then said, "Maybe that man was never real. Maybe he was just someone I thought I had to be. And this is who you really are. Someone who takes a kidney and gives nothing in return. I'm someone who deserves to be happy." I walked to the front door and opened it. "Then go be happy. But don't you dare come back here acting like you're the victim in this." He gathered his laptop and keys, pausing at the door. "I'll call you tomorrow so we can figure out how to tell the kids." "Don't bother," I said. "I'll tell them their father abandoned us for another woman. They deserve the truth." "That's not fair." "Fair." I touched the scar on my side, still visible through my thin pajama top. "Fair would have been you remembering what I did for you before you decided to throw our life away." He left without another word. I closed the door behind him and slid down to sit on the floor, my back against the wood. Upstairs, my children slept peacefully, unaware that their world had just shattered. And I realized that saving someone's life doesn't guarantee they'll value yours in return. He called the next morning while I was making pancakes for the kids, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy before their world collapsed. "We need to talk about how to handle this," he said, his voice businesslike, as if we were discussing a work project instead of the destruction of our family. "Where are you?" I asked. "At Rebecca's apartment." Of course he was. Less than 12 hours after walking out on his family, he was already playing house with his college girlfriend. "The kids are asking where you are." I told them I had to travel for work. "We need to sit down together and explain this properly." "Explain what exactly?" "That you decided our life together wasn't good enough anymore." "It's more complicated than that." "No, it's really not." I flipped a pancake with more force than necessary. "You fell in love with someone else and decided to leave your wife and children. It's actually very simple." He was quiet for a moment. "I want to see the kids this weekend." "Fine. You can pick them up Saturday morning and explain to them why Daddy isn't living here anymore. That weekend was the hardest thing I'd ever experienced, and that includes major surgery. Watching my children's faces as their father explained that he was going through some changes and needed some space to figure things out was heartbreaking. Our daughter, always direct, asked, "Are you getting divorced?" He looked at me, then back at her. "Mommy and I are taking a break to think about what's best for everyone." Our son, older and more perceptive, wasn't buying it. "Did you do something bad, Dad?" "It's complicated, buddy. Sometimes adults need to make difficult decisions." I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell them the truth, that their father was a selfish man who'd forgotten that their mother had saved his life. But I held my tongue for their sake. Over the next few weeks, the pattern became clear. He'd pick up the kids every other weekend and one evening a week for dinner, playing the role of devoted father for a few hours before returning them to me. Meanwhile, I was handling everything: homework, bedtime routines, doctor's appointments, school events, grocery shopping, bill paying, all while processing my own grief and dealing with persistent health issues related to my surgery. "I'm tired all the time," I told my doctor during a follow-up appointment. "More tired than I should be." "Stress can definitely impact recovery," she said gently. "How are you handling everything at home?" "I'm managing." What else could I say? That my husband had abandoned me after I gave him a kidney? The divorce proceedings began a month later. He hired an expensive attorney and immediately started protecting his assets. The man who had once promised to spend his life showing gratitude for my sacrifice was now fighting me over every piece of furniture, every investment account. "He's claiming that your medical decision was made independently and shouldn't factor into asset division," my lawyer told me during our first meeting. My medical decision to save his life? Unfortunately, organ donation is considered a voluntary gift under the law. It doesn't create additional financial obligation. I stared at her. "So, the fact that I gave him a kidney means nothing legally? Not in terms of property division." "No." During our first mediation session, he sat across from me with his lawyer, looking healthy and confident. My kidney had given him this new life, this energy to start over, and he was using it to destroy everything we'd built together. "My client is prepared to offer standard custody arrangements," his lawyer said. "Every other weekend and one evening per week." "That's generous," my lawyer replied sarcastically. I looked at my husband, my ex-husband. I had to start thinking of him that way. "Do you remember what you said to me the night before surgery? That you'd spend every day of your life showing me how grateful you were." He wouldn't meet my eyes. "People say things when they're scared." I wasn't scared. I meant every word I said to you. "This isn't about gratitude," he said quietly. "This is about moving forward." With Rebecca. Yes, with Rebecca. 3 months into the divorce process, he announced that Rebecca was pregnant. My children came home from a weekend visit with the news that they were going to have a half-sibling. "Are you okay, Mom?" our daughter asked, studying my face carefully. "I'm fine, sweetheart," I lied. "Are you okay with the news?" She shrugged. "I guess Dad seems happy." Happy? The man who had my kidney inside his body was creating a new family while dismantling the one I'd sacrificed my health to preserve. That night, I called my sister and cried for 2 hours straight. "He's having a baby with her," I sobbed. "I know, honey. I know. I gave him a kidney. I literally gave him part of my body, and he's having a baby with another woman." "He's a monster," she said fiercely. "And someday he'll realize what he threw away." But I wasn't sure he ever would. Some people, I was learning, are incapable of true gratitude. They take and take and take, and when you have nothing left to give, they move on to someone who does. The house felt impossibly empty without him, which was ironic since he'd been absent emotionally for months before he actually left. But now the silence was official, the abandonment complete. My health began to deteriorate in ways the doctors hadn't warned me about. The fatigue wasn't just from stress. It was from my remaining kidney working overtime to do the job that 2 kidneys should be doing. My blood pressure spiked, requiring medication I'd never needed before. I developed protein in my urine, a sign that my kidney was struggling. This isn't uncommon. The nephrologist assured me during an emergency appointment when my blood pressure hit dangerous levels. Living with one kidney puts additional strain on your cardiovascular system, especially during times of high stress. High stress, that was one way to put it. Will these problems go away when things settle down at home? She looked at me with kind but honest eyes. Some of these changes may be permanent. We'll need to monitor you closely for the rest of your life. I sat in my car in the hospital parking lot after that appointment and wondered if it had all been worth it. I'd saved my husband's life at the cost of my own long-term health, and he'd repaid me by walking away without a backward glance. The kids were struggling, too, though they tried to hide it. Our son's grades dropped, and he started having nightmares. Our daughter became clingy, afraid to let me out of her sight. "Is it my fault Daddy left?" she asked one night as I tucked her into bed. "Oh, sweetheart, no. This has nothing to do with you or your brother. This is about choices Daddy made. But maybe if we'd been better." "Stop right there," I said firmly, sitting on her bed. "You and your brother are perfect exactly as you are. Sometimes adults make selfish decisions that hurt the people who love them. That's not your fault." But I could see she didn't entirely believe me. How could she? In her 8-year-old mind, families were supposed to stay together. When they didn't, someone had to be to blame. Friends tried to help, but their sympathy often made me feel worse. The story of what I'd done for him and how he'd repaid me spread through our social circle like wildfire. "I just can't believe it," my neighbor said when she brought over a casserole. "After you gave him a kidney. What kind of person does that?" "The kind of person I married," I said bitterly. Some friends picked sides. Most chose mine, which should have felt validating, but instead made me feel like a charity case. Others, particularly couple friends we'd known for years, simply disappeared. Divorce made people uncomfortable, especially one this dramatic. My mother flew in to help with the kids while I recovered from a particularly bad episode where my blood pressure landed me in the emergency room. "You should have let him die," she said bluntly as she made dinner one evening. "Mom, I'm serious. Look what he's done to you, to those babies upstairs. You'd all be better off if you'd never met him." But that wasn't true, and we both knew it. Without him, I wouldn't have our children. And despite everything, they were worth every moment of pain. The worst part was lying awake at night, feeling the ache in my side where they had removed my kidney and thinking about how that organ was keeping him alive so he could build a new life with someone else. My sacrifice had given him the health and energy to destroy our family. I started going to therapy, something I'd never thought I'd need. The therapist, a gentle woman in her 60s, listened to my story with professional calm. "You're grieving multiple losses," she explained. "Your marriage, your health, your sense of identity as a wife, and you're also processing betrayal trauma, the violation of trust that occurred when someone you sacrificed for abandoned you. I keep wondering if I was naive to expect gratitude. Expecting basic human decency isn't naive. What you did was extraordinary." His response says everything about his character and nothing about the value of your gesture. But understanding it intellectually didn't make it hurt less. Some nights I'd wake up at 3 a.m. with panic attacks, my heart racing with the knowledge that I'd literally given part of my body to someone who'd thrown me away like garbage. 6 months after he left, Rebecca had the baby. The kids came home from a weekend visit with pictures on their phones of their new half-brother. "He's really cute," our daughter said carefully, watching my face. "I'm sure he is," I managed to say. "Are you excited to be a big sister?" She nodded, but I could see the confusion in her eyes. This was her father's son, but not mine. Another reminder of the family he'd chosen over us. That night, after the kids were asleep, I sat in my empty bedroom and wondered how much more I could take. Every day was a struggle. Medically, emotionally, financially. I was raising 2 children alone while dealing with health problems caused by the sacrifice I'd made for a man who no longer cared if I lived or died. But somehow, I had to keep going because those 2 children upstairs needed me to be strong, even when I felt like I was falling apart. The divorce was finalized 8 months after he walked out. But the legal battles were far from over. He fought me on everything: child support, alimony, division of assets. The man who had once promised to spend his life thanking me was now using expensive lawyers to minimize what he owed the family he'd abandoned. He's claiming that your medical issues are pre-existing and unrelated to the kidney donation. My lawyer informed me during one of our many meetings. That's completely false. I was perfectly healthy before the surgery. I know that and you know that. But proving the connection between your current health problems and the donation is complicated. His attorney is arguing that stress from the divorce is causing your medical issues, not the surgery. I wanted to laugh at the absurdity. Yes, I was stressed because the man I'd saved was trying to destroy me financially while building a new life with someone else. The custody hearings were particularly brutal. He painted himself as the stable parent with a steady income and a new family while portraying me as the bitter ex-wife trying to poison the children against him. My client simply wants what's best for his children, his lawyer argued. He's remarried to a wonderful woman. They have a new baby and they can provide a stable, loving home. Your client abandoned his family after his wife donated a kidney to save his life, my lawyer countered. He's shown a pattern of selfishness and ingratitude that calls his judgment into question. The judge looked tired, like he'd heard too many ugly divorce cases. While the circumstances of this divorce are unusual, I have to focus on what's in the best interests of the children moving forward. In the end, he got exactly what he'd asked for. Every other weekend and one evening per week. Standard custody for a man who destroyed his family for another woman. The financial settlement was equally disappointing. Despite the fact that I had literally given him part of my body, despite my ongoing medical expenses, despite the fact that I was now a single mother with health problems, the court treated it like any other divorce. You'll receive alimony for 5 years, my lawyer explained. Child support until they're 18 and 50% of the marital assets. What about my medical expenses? The ongoing costs of monitoring my kidney function. Those aren't considered his responsibility. The donation was voluntary. Voluntary, as if I had casually decided to undergo major surgery for fun, not to save my husband's life. The house had to be sold. I couldn't afford the mortgage on my limited income, especially with mounting medical bills. Watching strangers walk through the home where I'd raised my children, where I'd recovered from surgery, where I'd discovered my husband's betrayal, was heartbreaking. We can find a nice apartment, I told the kids as we packed up their rooms. Something smaller, but it'll be ours. Our son, now 11, was old enough to understand the financial implications. Is this because Dad doesn't pay enough? This is because our situation changed, I said carefully. But we'll be fine. We'll make it work. The apartment I could afford was in a different school district, which meant the kids had to change schools in the middle of the year. Another disruption, another loss to add to the pile. Meanwhile, he bought a beautiful house in an upscale neighborhood with Rebecca and their new baby. The kids came back from visits talking about the pool, the big backyard, the nursery decorated with expensive furniture. Rebecca made us pancakes shaped like animals, our daughter reported after one weekend visit. That sounds fun, I said, trying to keep the bitterness out of my voice. She's really nice. Mom, she asks about you sometimes. What does she ask? Just how you're doing. If you're feeling better. The irony was incredible. The woman who'd helped destroy my marriage was now expressing concern for my well-being. 2 years after the divorce was final, he took me back to court requesting reduced child support. Rebecca had quit her job to stay home with the baby and they claimed financial hardship. He wants to pay less while I'm dealing with increased medical expenses. I told my new lawyer I'd had to find a cheaper one. Unfortunately, child support is calculated based on current income, not past circumstances. Past circumstances? I gave him a kidney. I understand your frustration, but the court has already ruled on the property division. This hearing is specifically about child support modification. In the end, his payments were reduced by 30%. The man whose life I'd saved was now paying less to support the children we'd created together because he'd chosen to have another family. I sat in my car after that hearing and wondered if there was any justice in the world. I'd made the ultimate sacrifice for love, and I was being punished for it over and over again. But as I drove to pick up my kids from school, I realized something important. I might not be able to get justice from the courts, but I could still get justice from life itself. I just didn't know it would come so soon. The phone call came on a rainy Thursday morning, 3 years after our divorce was finalized. It was my former sister-in-law, the one person from his family who'd maintained contact with me. "I thought you should know," she said quietly. "He's in the hospital." "The kidney? Your kidney? It's failing." I felt the world tilt. "What do you mean failing?" "Rejection. Started about 6 months ago, but they thought they could manage it with medication. Now they're saying he needs to go back on dialysis immediately." 6 months ago. He'd been dealing with kidney failure for 6 months and hadn't told the children. They'd been visiting him every other weekend, not knowing their father was dying again. "How bad is it?" "Bad. They're talking about putting him back on the transplant list. But at his age, with this medical history, the chances aren't good." After I hung up, I sat in my kitchen for a long time, staring at the medical bills scattered across my table. Bills for my ongoing care, for the blood pressure medication I'd need for the rest of my life, for the quarterly screenings to monitor my remaining kidney. My body had rejected him years ago. Now his body was rejecting mine. I didn't tell the kids immediately. Our son was now 14, our daughter 12. They were finally stable, doing well in school, adjusting to our new life. But I knew they had a right to know their father was sick again. "Is he going to die?" our daughter asked when I finally explained the situation. "I don't know, sweetheart. The doctors are doing everything they can." "Are you going to give him another kidney?" our son asked. The question hit me like a physical blow. "I can't. You can only donate once, and I only have one kidney left." "Would you if you could?" he pressed. I looked at this young man who was so much like his father in appearance, but thankfully nothing like him in character. "That's not something I need to think about because it's not possible." But privately I wondered, would I? Would I sacrifice my remaining kidney for the man who'd abandoned us? Would I die to save the life of someone who'd shown me such cruelty? I honestly didn't know, and that uncertainty troubled me. 2 weeks later, the kids came home from what turned out to be their last visit with him. He was too sick to take them anymore. "Dad wants to see you," our son said as soon as he walked in the door. "He asked us to give you this." Our daughter handed me a handwritten note. The handwriting was shaky, nothing like his usual confident script. The note was brief. "Please come. I need to talk to you. Room 314, City General." I stared at the paper for a long time. Part of me wanted to throw it away and pretend I'd never received it. But another part, the part that had loved him for 15 years and sacrificed my health to save him, felt compelled to go. I went the next evening after the kids were in bed. The hospital smelled the same as it had 4 years ago when we'd undergone surgery together. But everything else was different. He looked terrible. Gray skin, sunken eyes, the same appearance he'd had when his kidneys first failed. My kidney, the one I'd given him, was killing him slowly through rejection. But I wasn't alone in the room. Rebecca sat beside his bed, holding his hand, looking exhausted and worried. She was older now, no longer the young woman who'd stolen my husband. Motherhood and stress had aged her, just as betrayal and illness had aged me. She looked up when I appeared in the doorway, and for a moment we just stared at each other. The woman who'd saved him and the woman who'd taken him. "I'll give you some privacy," she said quietly, standing up. "No," I said. "You don't need to leave. I'm not staying long." He tried to sit up straighter when he saw me. "You came. The kids asked me to." "Thank you." We looked at each other across the space of years and betrayal and unforgivable hurt. He was dying again, and this time I couldn't save him. Wouldn't save him. "I wanted to apologize," he said weakly. "For which part?" "All of it. Everything. The way I treated you, the way I left, the things I said." I was quiet for a moment, studying this man who'd once been my whole world. "Are you sorry because you're dying? Or are you sorry because you realize what you did was wrong?" "Both." "I guess that's not good enough." Rebecca was standing by the window now, trying to give us space while staying close to the man she loved, the man she'd stolen, the man who was dying despite the piece of me that was inside him. "I know you hate me," he said. I don't hate you. Pity you. You had everything. A wife who loved you enough to give you part of her body, beautiful children, a good life, and you threw it all away for what? A chance to relive your college years. It wasn't like that. It was exactly like that. And now you're dying anyway, despite everything I sacrificed for you. I turned to leave, then stopped. The kids need stability. Whatever happens to you, make sure Rebecca knows she's responsible for them when they're with you. Don't make them take care of you while you're dying. I will. Good. I walked out without looking back, leaving them to face his death together, just like I'd faced his betrayal alone. He died 6 weeks after our last conversation. The kidney rejection had progressed too rapidly for any intervention. My kidney, the one I'd freely given him, essentially killed him in the end. His body's final rejection of what I'd offered in love. The funeral was surreal. I sat in the back with our children, watching Rebecca and their toddler son in the front row. She was now a widow at 35, raising a child alone, just like I was, though her circumstances were different. Our son, now 15 and wise beyond his years, leaned over and whispered, "Are you okay, Mom?" "I'm fine," I whispered back, and surprisingly I meant it. I wasn't devastated by his death. I'd grieved the loss of my husband years ago when he walked out. This was just the end of a story that had already concluded for me. After the service, Rebecca approached me hesitantly. "Thank you for coming," she said quietly. "I came for my children." "I know, but still. Thank you." We looked at each other for a moment. Two women who'd loved the same flawed man, who'd both paid prices for that love. "I want you to know," she said. "He talked about you at the end, about what you did for him. He knew he'd made a terrible mistake." "Did he?" "Yes. He said you were the best person he'd ever known, and he'd been too stupid to appreciate it." I nodded. It was something, I suppose. Not enough, but something. The years that followed were different than I'd expected. Without his presence looming over our lives, through custody visits, child support battles, and legal proceedings, we found peace. My health stabilized somewhat. The blood pressure medication kept my cardiovascular system under control, and regular monitoring showed my remaining kidney functioning well. I'd live with the consequences of my sacrifice forever, but they were manageable. The kids thrived. Our son got into a good college and chose to study medicine, saying he wanted to help people the way doctors had helped our family. Our daughter grew into a fierce, independent young woman who said she'd never let any man treat her the way her father had treated me. "You taught me what real love looks like," she told me on her 18th birthday. "Not the fake kind that Dad had with Rebecca, but the kind that gives everything and expects nothing back." I found love again eventually. A kind man who worked as a teacher, who understood that my first responsibility was always to my children, who admired rather than resented the scar on my side. He knew my story and said it showed him what kind of person I was. Someone capable of extraordinary sacrifice for the people I loved. "You gave him 5 extra years of life," he said one evening as we walked through the park. 5 years with his children. 5 years to hopefully become a better person. 5 years he used to hurt me and abandon our family. That's on him, not on you. You did something incredible out of love. What he did with that gift says everything about his character and nothing about yours. Now, at 45, I understand what I learned through this experience. Love. Real love isn't transactional. When I gave him my kidney, I didn't do it because I expected something in return. I did it because I loved him, because I wanted him to live, because I couldn't imagine a world without him in it. The tragedy isn't that I saved someone who didn't deserve it. The tragedy is that he was too broken to appreciate what he'd been given. Not just my kidney, but years of love, devotion, and sacrifice. Rebecca remarried 2 years after he died. She sent me a card when their son graduated from high school, thanking me again for the sacrifice that had given her stepson extra years with his father. It was a kind gesture from someone who understood the complicated nature of what had happened between us. My children both know the full story now. They understand that their mother gave their father part of her body to save his life and that he repaid that sacrifice with betrayal and abandonment. But they also understand that my choice to save him wasn't a mistake, even knowing how it would end. Would you do it again? My son asked me recently, now a medical student himself. Yes, I answered without hesitation. Not because he deserved it, but because love doesn't calculate worth. Real love gives freely without conditions, without guarantees. The physical scar on my side has faded over the years, but it's still visible. Sometimes I catch myself touching it absently, remembering, not with bitterness anymore, but with something approaching peace. I saved a man's life, and he used that life to hurt me. But I also raised two incredible children who learned about sacrifice and dignity and unconditional love by watching how I handled the worst betrayal imaginable. In the end, that's worth more than his gratitude ever could have been. The kidney I gave him lasted exactly 5 years. The lesson I taught my children about love and sacrifice will last their lifetimes. I know which gift was more valuable. And sometimes late at night when the house is quiet, I touch that scar and smile because I know who I am. I'm someone who loved so deeply that I literally gave part of myself to save another person's life. Not everyone can say that, and not everyone would want to. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.